go.
Who is this working on?
Nobody.
Trump, maybe?
Exactly.
Yeah.
This is just Trump saying, "Get out there, Larry, do your best." And Larry, he'll say anything. And I think he also probably, derives some courage. His courage is liquid, if you will, for all of us. And he gets out there and he just will say anything. And meanwhile, it just makes for a good metaphor. The Dow is down 760 points as he's saying this on CNBC. I mean, that's it for them.
Here's a soundbite of what he said 10 days ago.
We have contained this. I won't say airtight, but pretty close to airtight. We've done a good job in the United States. Hats off to our public health people.
Yeah, there you go. Unbelievable.
How is he allowed to be this drunk all the time?
I think it's the only option. To be honest with you.
It's hard to do the job otherwise.
That's what I'm saying. Like, how do you deal with Trump going out there and saying, say the absolute wrong thing? I can do this. Folks, it took me, for whatever reason, a very long time to appreciate, good lighting. That you don't want your living space to basically have the same lighting as, say, a doctor's office or a factory. You want there to be some element of mood, and you want there to be sort of some subtlety and mixed with the rest of your decor, as it were. I'm learning. And I do now appreciate the idea of layers. Whereas before I was just all I need is just one fluorescent light above. And there is no better place to find just an enormous array of lamps than at Lamps Plus. They've been upgrading homes for decades. They're a leader in lighting innovation and product design expertise. And not only do they have literally 55,000 designs of different lamps there. They have exclusive styles and lighting. They have it for every room. They have chandeliers. They have outdoor lights. They have ceiling fans. They have more. They have home furnishings and decor, which can perfect the look that you're going for in your house or your apartment. You can customize your lighting. They have over 100 different colors. They have videos with design tips, which has been particularly helpful for me. They have inspirational photos. They have the latest trends. You can take your mood board and go through 55,000 different designs. Find the one that you like. There's no reason to get lighting anywhere else. Lamps Plus is the nation's largest lighting retailer. Like I say, 55,000 designs, all from top brands, including Minka. Minka, as I'm sure you know, Matt, is known for decorative pieces. They blend function and style. They use innovative materials. My tastes are very sort of minimalist and then also functional. And I have these awesome sort of desk lamps. You can use them as night side tables too that have a USB plug-in sort of discreetly on the side there. Right now, Lamps Plus is offering up to 50% off hundreds of lights and furniture and decor during the biggest sale of the season from now until March 30th. You got 24 days, folks. That's 50% off during Lamps Plus half-price days and sale through March 30th at lampsplus.com/majority. That's the word lamps, LAMPS, PLUS.com/majority. Lampsplus.com/majority. Start saving today. Folks, the Majority Report is made possible in part by Skillshare. And they've got an amazing deal for our listeners today. The first 500 people who go to skl./Majority Report 6. This is a new link. skl.sh/Majority Report 6 are going to get a free premium membership to Skillshare for 2 entire months. Skillshare, it's an online learning community, offers thousands of classes almost on any topic you can imagine. What's that? Oh, sorry. You didn't realize you were talking out loud. There are thousands of classes. I don't know, maybe there's one like learning to say things to yourself under your breath. That's not there. But they have classes on drawing, they have classes on painting, photography, video editing, web design, running a small business, a whole lot more. And almost all the classes are less than an hour long. And they're split up into like chapters, essentially, bite-sized lessons. So you can, I'm going to do 2 now, and then I'm going to do the rest after I, whatever, put the kid to bed, or do the laundry, or do the dishes, or record the AM quick, whatever it is. Easy to fit Skillshare into your week, even if you have a busy schedule. Now, Skillshare right now, and this must be a function of everything that I've done in the past, like in terms of watched, they're now recommending to me, learn how to motivate yourself, master self-discipline, and get things done. I think that could be very helpful to me. They have one on interior design. I mean, they have millions. I mean, not millions. That's an exaggeration, but just how to learn. Strategies for starting, practicing, and mastering the skills you've always wanted. There's a bunch of stuff like this. Stuff that is like more about how to learn skills. Some that are like direct skills, illustration, photos, career planning, logo design essentials. I mean, great stuff. Make money on YouTube. Check it out, folks. Everyone can benefit from setting aside a little more time to get creative. Skillshare has classes for every skill level. It doesn't matter whether you want to get better at something or learn something that you've never even contemplated learning. A membership to Skillshare is less than $10 a month, and it gives you access to their entire library of classes. But now, the first 500 of you who go to skl.sh/Majority Report 6 are going to get a free membership for 2 whole months. I put the link under this if you're watching on YouTube. I put it in the podcast description. Check it out. skl.sh/Majority Report 6. All right, quick break, and we'll be talking to Ben Dixon.
Welcome to Valvoline Instant Oil Change, ma'am. You can just stay in your car.
But at the other oil change places, I have to go to the waiting room.
We let you stay in your car so you know the job's done right.
I see.
Exactly.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Service you can see. Experts you can trust.
Dixon. We are back. Sam Cedar on the Majority Report on the phone. It is a pleasure to welcome back to this program. He is the proprietor of the Benjamin Dixon Show, which I hope that you have subscribed to and head over and supported via Patreon, et cetera, et cetera. Ben Dixon, welcome back to the program.
Sam, thank you so much for having me. It's always a pleasure.
So first off, let me first congratulate you on some level. You really got the ball rolling with Michael Bloomberg.
Yeah.
I guess I can't remember if that was 6 months ago or
it feels like 6 years ago.
But he dropped out this week.
Yeah.
So you can get off the Bloomberg beat for a certain extent, and I'm going to be talking to David Roth, who wrote quite a piece about Bloomberg in the New Republic. We're going to be talking about him, so we'll skip him for the moment. We obviously, like I was like, wait, should we talk about Super Tuesday? And then I realized, like, oh yeah, that was 72 hours ago. Like I'm completely dizzy. But I mean, let's talk about Super Tuesday. Then we'll talk about Elizabeth Warren, because I think that obviously one leads into the other in terms of where this campaign and where this primary goes after that. Broadly speaking, we know what happened on Super Tuesday. Joe Biden cleaned up in the South. He dominated with African American voters from the South. Sanders did very well in California. I think he's won now, or he's ahead in something like, 50 out of 54 counties or something to that effect. Like, it just sort of a stunning number. And he also did very well with Latinos. And then, of course, we had the same sort of breakdown that we have, and it seems almost even more intense, this huge age gap between Sanders supporters and Biden supporters. Just give me your thoughts, broadly speaking, with all that said.
Yeah. Well, so let me start with Bloomberg. Part of me does feel like, kind of wish we hadn't been so effective at getting rid of him so quick. So I'm like, I gotta take that on the chin. But the possibility that the Democratic Party would have coalesced around him by Super Tuesday really is looming, right? We could be looking at a week where instead of fighting Joe Biden, we would have been fighting a party that coalesced around Michael Bloomberg, which to me is an easier fight because of just the stark contrast. But it also would have signaled that he's already purchased the Democratic Party. So I don't know which one is the lesser of two evils. But here we are now. We have a fight on our hands with Joe Biden, who honestly, So a couple things about the South. I grew up in the South. I only spent like 5 years outside of the South, so I know the South more than I know anything else. And I could just tell you, older black folks in the South are conservative. Period. Point blank. That's in the conversation. And they are.
What does that mean, though? Like conservative, like in what way? Like conservative in that they don't want to take any risks. Conservative in that they are socially conservative. Conservative in that they are just sort of broadly conservative.
Yes, all the above, right? They are religious. They're very religious. They are socially conservative. You are going to find now here's a distinction. I don't want to throw something at them that Pete tried to throw at us. He tried to throw at us the homophobia of the black community. There is homophobia in the black community, but where you do see the data parting ways is that black people, even older black people, don't want to see discrimination against the LGBTQ community. So there is homophobia there, but that's where we draw the line because of obviously our experience with discrimination. But they are socially conservative. If you ask them their viewpoints on gay marriage, it's probably going to be more in line with the Republican Party. In fact, they are so conservative, and I'm not throwing them under the bus. I come from them. They're like my parents. They're my aunts and stuff. If it was not for the racism of the Republican Party, a lot of black voters, particularly in the South, especially those that are religious, would vote with the Republican Party. And again, this is not to throw them under the bus. Love them, respect them. I met Jim Clyburn, great dude, but he's wrong. Like, the politics are just wrong. And I think that's where we have to draw the line in the party, is to say, listen, we know we honor and we cherish our black elders. That's just a thing that we do in the black community, and it's been transmuted somehow over to the Democratic Party. Not somehow, very specifically for political purposes of being able to represent the fact that they represent black people, the Democratic establishment represent black people. No, you represent a very specific type of black person, which is an older, Southern, conservative black person.
I mean, it's funny because depending on the various status of the race, you know, when you watch different commentators, you know, on MSNBC, let's say, for instance, you know, making the point that the African American voter is not monolithic. And we cannot say that. And then until, you know, Biden wins and they're like, the African Americans have spoken.
Right.
And I mean, look, everybody, you know, to some extent, everybody sort of like, you know, works these type of games.
Oh, yeah.
You know, nobody's monolithic until any segment of them have said what I want them to say. And then at that point, they are actually speaking for everybody. So the vote for Biden, was it a function of Bernie's politics? Like, are they like Medicare for all? Like, I'm really against Medicare for all. Or is it Joe Biden is sort of is the establishment, is the power, and can win, and we feel more comfortable with that because we know the implications of a Republican in office.
It's both, right? So when I spent a couple of days in South Carolina this weekend or this past weekend, and I had a chance to talk to, you know, anywhere I stopped, I just talked to voters to see what they were feeling. And when I mentioned Bernie Sanders' name, this is how I knew he was going to lose. By Friday night, I knew he was going to lose Saturday. There was such a visceral reaction to the mention of his name, right? And if you dug into it, they really couldn't tell you why, except for, we just can't trust Bernie. We just, you know. So I think it's a combination of effective propaganda, right? Effective ad campaigns by Bloomberg in South Carolina. I'm sorry, not Bloomberg, but Steyer in South Carolina. And also the fact that they fancy themselves to be so fiscally conservative. Right, and now I'm talking broader, not just about African Americans in the South, but this is, I think, it's an epidemic. You remember it was all the rave to say I'm socially liberal but economically conservative.
Yeah.
So I got hemmed up. This older black guy, after I did the hit with MSNBC on Friday night, I got pulled over to the side by this older black gentleman, and I figured I was just going to have like a regular conversation with one of my elders. Nah, man, dude was ready to fight me. He was so upset about the fact that I had just made the case for Bernie Sanders on air, and he wanted to make sure I understood that I was wrong. And, you know, I kind of just respected him, but, I respected him as much as I could, with the fact that he was really, like, pressing up on me. Like, I'm like, dude, you're 80 years old, and I'm, like, 8 inches shorter than you, so this is not going to go well for either one of us, right? But it just shows like they had a visceral reaction in the South to Bernie Sanders. So it is a combination of both effective propaganda by the Democratic Party and these ads being run by politicians, as well as the idea that they fancy themselves to be fiscally conservative.
So, just briefly, because I want to circle back to Super Tuesday again, but when we look out to next Tuesday, we're looking at Michigan, Mississippi, Missouri. I don't think there's a huge African American population in Idaho or North Dakota. Washington isn't particularly diverse as far as this goes, but Michigan and Mississippi and Missouri give sort of an opportunity to sort of like I guess see an example of how the black community is not monolithic in terms of the way that they look at their politics, right? I mean, that's the. I mean, are we going to see a difference in how the black community votes in the Democratic primary in Detroit versus anywhere in Mississippi?
If and only if the young vote turns out. When I say young, I mean like 45 and below. South Carolina, I think we had 10% in the 29 and below category turnout. So you can basically gauge who's going to win based on the age of who shows up. And right now, man, the super voters, the elderly, the boomers, they are showing the hell up.
Yep.
And they're making sure that their voices are heard. Young kids are not. And of course, I don't really believe that it's a one-to-one relationship between age and their votes. I think it's a one-to-one between their what they believe politically, and it's just that younger people are more radical in their beliefs. And I want to be careful; it's not even radical. I mean, we're talking about New Deal Democrats. And so, to answer your question very directly, it only depends on. I mean, it depends solely on who shows up. And at this rate, I don't think we're going to have a good showing in Mississippi because of how conservative it is, and because Bernie is he's dipped out on Mississippi. I think they've given up on Mississippi already. And then who's actually going to show up to the polls? So we'll have to see.
Okay. The results are what they are. We will see how Bernie does with African Americans outside of the South, at least in terms of Michigan. Michigan's, obviously hugely important for Sanders. I mean, just in terms of that has been. Michigan in 2016 was when people started to think wait a second, Bernie could actually win. It was a little bit late for people to start actually thinking that and operating that way, but that was the big sort of upset at the time. So Bloomberg drops out. And like I say, we're going to talk to Dave Roth about that campaign, but good to see him go. And we have this situation, and I should say that much of what happened is that consolidation around Biden, that basically started with Clyburn, and 50% of the voters at that time basically made up their minds, it seems like, based upon Clyburn's recommendation, which leads me to believe that their feelings were just not that strong, right? It's not. I'm not underselling Clyburn's. The power of that endorsement, but an endorsement having that much influence leads me to believe that prior to that, a lot of people were just I don't know what to do. And I'm waiting for someone to tell me. I desperately want to beat. I think this is, really been underestimated. The intensity in which people want to vote against Donald Trump. And so much so that they're just somebody tell me which Democrat is the one that I should that is gonna beat Donald Trump, and you tell me, because I can't make that assessment, and I'll vote for that person. And I feel like that's the dynamic that we're dealing with at the very least 50% of the voting population in the Democratic Party right now.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think that's telling, and that should be a wake-up call for particularly Bernie supporters, that social media is definitely effective, but it does not cut through into our main culture. There's so many people who are, sometimes it can, don't get me wrong, but in terms of our political conversation, I saw more people on election day tagging me, asking me to tell them how to vote. And I'm like, if you can't tell by all the posts that I've made up to this point, I don't really know what to tell you. But people are really dependent on the opinions of the people they trust. Now, to Jim Clyburn himself, that man is a monster. He is a powerhouse in the state of South Carolina in the Democratic Party. I think a lot of the phenomenon matches exactly what you said. But just kind of seeing the swagger with which, the people really damn near worship that man in South Carolina. So it's a combination of the two for sure.
And this leads into sort of the conversation about Elizabeth Warren, but Clyburn came out and said, Sanders never even asked me for my endorsement. And from Sanders' perspective, it's well, he knew that he wasn't going to get it from Clyburn, right? But do you think that this is one of those situations where, and the thing that I think people really like about Bernie Sanders is that he does not do the disingenuous sort of glad handing and whatnot.
Yeah.
But
I think
at the same time, that's a liability. Like why even what does it cost you to ask Clyburn for his nominee, even when you know you're not going to get it? Like we do this in our people do this all the time. Like I'm going to invite Brendan to my my daughter's bat mitzvah. I know he's not going to come, but it's just a polite thing to do, and it makes him feel better. And he can't go around going like, Sam didn't invite me to his daughter's bat mitzvah. Like whatever. I'm just saying that this is at one point, and this people have talked about this, and Bernie needed to run as a front runner and this and that. It seems to me that on some level there are the things that I like about Bernie Sanders, that he is not a BS politician. Sometimes also the fact of the matter is these politics, and people are sensitive and humans and full of ego and this and that, and you go and you ask Clyburn, and I don't know, maybe it makes no difference, but there's no cost to it. And if it made Clyburn hesitate by an hour to do his endorsement, if it made him to use one different adjective about Biden, and whatever, why, that's that sort of lays the groundwork for the Warren thing. But I just want to get your sense about that.
So two things, there's an aspect of it where it's a method of control, where they want you to come and kiss the ring. They want you to come and acknowledge their power, and you can't get through South Carolina without stopping through me. And I get that, right? And I get how you could reject that. I see how that could be an anathema to you. You just really reject that type of politics. But at the same time, it's some really basic human interactions at the same time, right? So if you break it down, it really is just calling to say hello, telling them what you're doing, and can you support me? I think that there's nothing about that should be taken as too laborious. Pick up the goddamn phone and call. I'm sorry, I don't know if you're on radio or not, but to just
you don't
pick
say
up the phone
on this show.
Pick up the phone and call. And just drop by, if for no other reason than to not give your opponents ammunition against you. Sometimes you have to do things you don't like just to avoid from giving them a talking point.
Right. Jim, I know you're not going to endorse me probably, but I just want you to know I respect you. You're a good man.
Yeah.
And I appreciate what you do. And then you hang up the phone and you go, I had my fingers crossed. Whatever. I mean, who cares? I can understand if it is communicated in such a way that it projects some type of weakness. I mean, you have to make this assessment, right? As you do within the context of politics. But I don't see a scenario where him doing a call like that,
right? It's not too much to ask,
right? And my hope is, well, let's talk about this Warren thing, because I believe that Elizabeth Warren's endorsement could make a big difference right now.
Absolutely.
In how in the trajectory of this race. And it's not because of her voters are necessarily going to go and vote for Bernie. The ones that voted for her on Super Tuesday are going to go vote for her, go vote for Bernie, or that cohort. I think a lot of those people may have already sort of sorted themselves out. But it's Joe Biden didn't win because all the Pete Buttigieg supporters, down in South Carolina or whatever it was, or anywhere for that matter. He won because there was a sense that other people were expressing confidence in his ability to beat Trump. And I think when you have someone like Elizabeth Warren, whose core brand proposition is competency, and there's a lot of people out there who she was their second choice. And maybe they're with Biden now, or they're thinking about Biden or whatever. Her coming out and saying, I'm expending, trust me, I'm competent. And Bernie Sanders is the person you should vote for. I think that's going to have a lot more, quantitative value than just whatever whatever voters were inclined to leave her and go to Bernie. It's going to create a new narrative going into this race. I don't think she has too much more time to do it, frankly, to have this impact. But last night on Rachel Maddow's program, Elizabeth Warren sat down and she had this to say in regards to Sanders' campaign.
Particularly, it's a particular problem with Sanders'
It is. I mean, and it just is. It's just a factual question, and it is. And that's something I think that.
Have you ever talked with Senator Sanders about that?
I have.
Pause it. I should just make it clear that she is responding to the, broadly speaking, the antagonism of Sanders supporters. She used earlier in this segment, I think, the examples of people doxing people in Nevada and, Maddow framed it in the form of like the snake emojis and this and that, and I think like Warren sort of took it like a step further to the stuff that's happened in real life, outside of that. But it is part of a whole. But here, she's responding to this.
Sanders, I have.
What was that conversation?
It was short. But yeah, we've talked about it. But I think it's a real problem.
Does he not share your view that he's responsible for the behavior of supporters?
I shouldn't speak for him. It's something he should speak for himself on. But I do think it's something that we need to reckon with in our political discourse, in particular, because this is what politics is about, is to get out and put your ideas out there. People choose sides, people vote, people say, I'm holding a sign for her, I'm holding a sign for him. That is part of what we do. But what underlies that is a fundamental human decency and respect for each other. An understanding that nobody tries to put somebody's family at risk or somebody personally at risk because they disagree with you on the politics of it, because they see the policy different, because they don't support your candidate and they support some other candidate. No. And if we follow that same kind of politics of division that Donald Trump follows, that notion of he draws strength from tearing people apart, from demonizing people, from saying, oh, those are bad people, and that's kind of how they draw their strength. That's not who I want to be as a Democrat. It's not who I want to be as an American. And to the extent I have any power to control that, I do what I can, and I call on others to do the same. And I think we have to have some accountability around that.
Now, she goes on to, maybe suggest how you could go about this, citing like the agreement she had with Scott Brown to not use outside money. But what is your, first let's start off with is this, from your perspective, is this Elizabeth Warren saying, this is why I'm not going to endorse Bernie Sanders? Or is this Elizabeth Warren saying, this is maybe the price I need to endorse you, because she's acknowledging maybe what her, constituency and her base of support feels?
Listen, man. I wish you hadn't asked me that question until after she endorsed because I feel like, what I have to say is going to be amalgamated into their complaints. I don't think for a second that it is reasonable for a person running for president in 2020 to take the time to be concerned about concern trolling. Because at this point, the internet has been a cesspool since AOL dial-up. Okay, people have been going at each other's throats over everything from politics down to whether or not you put spaghetti with meatballs mixed together in one pot, right? They really go to war with each other over everything. And what I know to be true about the Democratic Party is that they are using concern trolling as a way of trying to silence us. There is not going to be, can we be nicer online? Yes. Can we ever be nice enough for them online? No. Because they are using civility as a tool to maintain their power. And I absolutely reject that from Elizabeth Warren. I don't care how many snake emojis. Are we really talking about snake emojis and people are going to die because they don't have health care coverage? We're talking about marginalized people who are living on the edge financially. They're desperate. They don't even know if they can pay their rent coming up, right? Some people just got evicted this weekend. Some of those are the people who are online and are upset because of the absurdity of the framing of the conversation. And Elizabeth Warren, I love her. I want her endorsement, but she's complicit in that, exactly with that interview with Rachel Maddow.
Okay, now, so let me ask you this way. I agree that we should live in a politics where our politicians don't take into account these things, frankly. No, she's talking about. Listen, she's talking about. The things she cited. To be fair, up front, were not the snake emojis. That was Maddow bringing that up and trying to make that part of it. She talked about, union workers in Nevada getting, doxxed about, people attacking the Working Families Party. Specifically, like I can't remember who it was, a woman specifically attacking in terms of like doxing her, that type of thing. But look, also, I sit here and I say when Donald Trump, winks and nods at certain like racist stuff and anti-Semitic stuff, we see it play out in the real world. Now, there is some of that we see in the context of, like I saw a video of somebody out with a megaphone in front of like the California, one of like some California state Democratic official at like, midnight with a megaphone and a huge flashlight and half a dozen of these people just like yelling at this guy's house. Apparently he wasn't even home. I mean, put aside for a moment the question of like, because I think what the dynamic you're talking about is true. But there's clearly, like, if you are working for Warren's campaign, if you are a Warren supporter, you feel maligned, right? I mean, certainly, look, Bernie supporters also have the same sort of, ability to take things personally. I certainly experienced that in 2016 where there were people who were just like, these people are dicks to us. And it's like, they are. I get it. But that's, I wish everybody was as removed from their emotions as I am. And it just sort of like, it cuts both ways. But for a moment, assume that she has people in her campaign, supporters and this and that, who do feel like they were abused.
Yeah, and I think that they are unqualified to fight against Donald Trump. And here's why. It's because there's nothing that we have said or done. And I haven't seen, like, it's impossible for us to be accountable for a random user with Wiki, Ladies Man 217. Like, we're not going to be able to handle every single person. Bernie Sanders has condemned it from his platform. But here's the thing. The reason I get a little irritated with Bernie Sanders condemning it is because he is able to unpack the BS in so many other ways, and I wish that he would just go ahead and unpack the BS here, because the BS here is that they are not coming to us in good faith. If they came to us in good faith and would exchange with us a common bond of mutual friendship, that we're here for progressive values, then we could really consider, let's change our entire tone. But they're not coming to it. They want to destroy our movement. And the way they can get it done is by silencing the most powerful component that we have, which is our online activism. Really, the left is thriving because of Twitter. And if they can control our behavior on Twitter, then they can control our movement. It's not as though they're coming to us and saying, hey, we really want to find a way to work together. Could you just tone it down? And then we actually could have that conversation. But what they're doing is they're expecting us to be civil with them when they are uncivil with us. I'm sorry, we're not going to lay down our arms in that way, in my opinion.
Well, so, I mean, from your perspective, do you take that as Warren saying, I'm not endorsing Bernie and this is why, or rather, this is why, and then later, I just am not endorsing anybody? Or,
yeah,
I mean, that's what that signals to you.
Yeah, to me, I honestly did not expect her, after the sexism claim, the claim that he said a woman couldn't win, I was like, oh, she's not on our team. Like, I have a problem. Like, I understand how, I think malicious Elizabeth Warren can be as Machiavellian as any other politician. Of course, right? She gives the appearance as though she's just your nice little soccer mom and your nice school teacher, and I love that appearance. Like, I fall for it every single time. And she gets me every single time. I fall for it, and then she comes back with a dagger in the back. So she's a very calculating politician, and so all of this nice, school teacher appearance, like, and don't get me wrong, this is not an insult to her. This is the kind of Machiavellianism that you need to win in politics. So I actually kind of admire it about her. But don't come and ask me to be friendly with you when you're stabbing me in the back.
Well, I mean, but do you think, I guess my point is this, and that from my perspective, like, if you're the Sanders campaign, why can't you just come out and say we're appointing some type of like ombudsman or czar who's going to look into situations where we have Bernie supporters who are and any other supporters who of any other candidates who are doing things that we think are sort of out of bounds, online. Of course, people can go, and just like box in on some level Warren so that you're basically calling a bluff there. If it's a bluff, if it's not a bluff, then you're delivering something that gives her the opportunity to endorse. I guess I'm just asking, like, what's more important in this instance? This notion of like maintaining that there is no issue here with the behavior. Sanders needs to win. Now, he may not need it. I mean, I don't know. Like, I wonder. Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this way. Do you think the snake emojis? Do you think it helped? Do you think that's that? I mean, how much of Warren's failure in her campaign to go beyond where she went the other day is a function of the snake emoji? I mean, I don't know if you can assess that. I'm just, I
can, and
just having a conversation.
I want to, but I wanted to wait until after she made her decision to say these things, only because, if they're going to blame her decision on snake emojis, sure as hell they're going to blame me as well for everything that I'm saying at this point. Because we reduce it down to some of the most pathetic, pitiful things. Here's the thing about Elizabeth Warren. I was Warren back in 2015, so I'm a fan of hers. I considered voting for her in 2020. Like, I really set aside my support for Bernie in 2016 and really sat there and considered whether or not I'm going to support him or Elizabeth Warren. Here's the thing that bothers me about Elizabeth Warren was that she wavered on the things that were the most critical for me personally, right? And when I saw her waver, I'm like, I can't trust her to go in there and fight for Medicare for all, which is something that my family desperately needs. So that was a deciding factor. Here's what I'm getting a little fed up with. We wanted you in 2015. We needed you in 2016, right? I think we would have President Warren right now if she had run, because, matter of fact, Bernie waited until she decided not to run. And so this entire infrastructure that has been built on the back of Bernie Sanders and all of the organizers who rallied around him once she decided not to run. So how are you going to be frustrated in 2020 when you don't get the kind of momentum that you would have gotten in 2015 when that was your decision in 2015?
Okay, but you really don't want to answer as to whether you think the snake emojis. Like, I'm just curious.
Okay. So here's the answer. Here's the answer. It did not. I don't. You know what? It was a useful distraction. I don't think that it should have been calculated. I think she made her decision before the snake emojis. I do not think she was going to endorse. I want to eat my words. I hope I'm wrong, but I think she had already made her decision not to endorse.
That's not what I'm asking you. I mean, I don't know if she's taking the snake emojis as an excuse or whatnot. I'm saying, do you think the snake emojis helped get her out of the race?
Oh, no, not at all. I don't think anybody even noticed what helped get her out the race was that she's 5 years too late. I think that's what I was trying to say.
Right.
Like, okay, she doesn't have the fundraising capacity that she would have had. Even if she lost in 2016, this entire revolution would have been hers. The reason it's not hers, the reason she came in third place in Massachusetts is because the revolution solidified around Sanders when it was hers to begin with.
Without doubt. All right, so what do you think is going to happen on Tuesday? Quick. You got to do it really quick. You got to tell me.
No idea.
Give me numbers.
Need numbers. I've got no numbers.
I'm joking.
I got nothing.
All right. Well, do you think that Sanders needs to do anything other than go right at, keep going, or what do you think needs to happen now?
So at this point, I think they've given us, as bad as Tuesday was, I don't think we could be in a better position, because the only thing that Joe Biden has to do to lose is to continue talking. They are going to do their best to hide Joe Biden, make sure he doesn't have any pressers, no gaggles, nothing, right? And the thing is that Joe Biden, we don't want to talk about it. We're trying to be delicate with it, but he is obviously showing signs of cognitive decline. And I think if we delicately and respectfully demonstrate that, then people will start coming to their senses to realize that he can't go toe-to-toe with Donald Trump.
I would start by having a debate with only two people where he has to talk half the time. Yes. I think, that's the thing, is that's why I think Warren's endorsement is relevant only right now.
Yeah.
Because if the endorsement comes out in the next 72 hours and propels Bernie in this coming Tuesday, right? Like pushes Michigan even further as a victory for him and gives him a bigger win in Washington. And maybe in some ways, I don't know, I don't know where else she might have any type of real influence on the outcome, but changes the media narrative. Like if Warren says, I'm supporting Sanders, everybody has to pay attention to that. I mean, that's a big deal, particularly after she set this stuff up.
I
And-
really hope that is my earnest hope, Sam.
Me too.
I believe it would be a great for the progressive movement that would make me happily eat words, whatever I've said negative about Elizabeth Warren in this interview. I would
You and me
gladly
both.
eat those words. I would prefer to eat those words. I don't.
Well, it
know
may or
if
may
I
not
can
happen.
hope for it.
I don't know.
Yeah.
It may or may not happen. But my point is, then the next event we have, I mean, we have the Virgin Islands, we have Guam, Northern Mariana Islands are going to be. But then on Sunday the 15th, we have the debate. And if Sanders is in striking distance, if Sanders is in the lead, look, that debate, I don't know what they're going to have to shoot Joe Biden up, so that he's going to last 2 hours. Some people suggest he may not even go to the debate, but I don't know how you get away with that at this juncture. Particularly when there's these questions. Like, I think this debate could be, and should be on some level, what Warren did to Bloomberg should happen in this debate, which is, and I don't even think Bernie has to go at him, as hard to sort of like say, like, who do you want? You're going to have these two guys up there. They're both old. But they're both old when they're next to Pete Buttigieg. But when Sanders is next to Biden and they're talking, I think there's an opportunity for people to sort of say, like, hey, wait a second. And, never mind from an ideological perspective, although the Social Security stuff I think is going to be really big. Somebody was telling me, Social Security is trending on Google. Social Security cuts are trending on Google in Michigan. I don't know if that's true or not, but that would make sense because there's probably a bunch of conversation there.
It happened in New Hampshire and other places earlier.
So we'll see. But Ben Dixon, the Benjamin Dixon Show, people can find it on Patreon, correct?
Yeah, patreon.com/the BPD show. Thanks for that, Sam. I appreciate that.
Thank you for coming on. Thank you for
my pleasure.
What you do. It's fun to see you on MSN.
Motherfucker. You have a passion for ministry, and at Fresno Pacific Biblical Seminary, we'll put your passion to work. Here, intellectual rigor meets deep Christian faith, and big ideas are put to practical application. Join us Saturday, April 18th from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m.
Okay, let's take a break, yo. Again, thank you guys so much for engaging in the chat and engaging with this live stream. Really appreciate it. Let's talk on Skype. It's me, Joverons Gooplar. Okay, yeah, I'm going to open up my Skype, guys. For those of you who don't know, I don't have my Skype tag in the stream, but let's see. We'll have some chat while I smoke a little bit of pot during the break. Where is my, I always forget where to find my damn, oh, there it is. Yeah, just, I am, what is my chat ID? I don't even know where to find that, to be honest. Where is my Skype ID? I believe I'm at Travis Pangburn 3 on Skype. Scott Lovenberg with the $32 super chat. Wow, I really appreciate it, guys. 32, enough bits to encode all visible colors. What's the current rate of American dead presidents to maple syrup or whatever they use in Canada? I'm in Minneapolis. I don't usually have to exchange currencies so far south. That's awesome. Thank you guys so much for the super chats. I really appreciate that. I need to fill up my water. I don't know what that calculation is, Scott Lovenberg, but seriously, I really appreciate the support. I actually had a layover in Minneapolis on the way back from New York, and I was just in the airport. But I am Travis Pangburn 3, I believe. I'm still trying to figure out how I can figure out what my chat ID is. Let's see, settings. Oh yeah, I am live Travis Pangburn 3. So if anyone wants to jump on Skype, have a chat with me, we can chat. I just gave you guys, if you don't know how to spell my name, Travis Pangburn 3 on Skype. I will be back in like 5 seconds. I just need to fill up my water. Maybe I'll go pee as well because I've had a lot of water. Awesome sauce. Let's take a break. Thanks, dudes. Oh, maybe I'll put on some of my music during the break here, just in the background. Why not? Why not? I think if you search Travis Pangburn on YouTube, it just does this like top tracks thing. Why not? Oh, I'm going to have to turn this down though, because it's going to blast your guys' ears. Let's see.
If you write anything on your computer, you need to get graphics.
Advertisements.
Pretty much all day.
There, we got a little bit of music. I should really be playing this on the other thing, but that's okay. And if you guys want to know what my songs are, you just have to search me. Oops. Did I do that? Sorry. I suck.
Nothing seems to go right. Melodies don't sound right. It's true. Days disappear. Shadows remain plainly clear. The door opens. And the fizzing in my beer slows.
Arucard, the Immortal. I'm going to fade this out. That was a very quick fade. So Arucard, let me go back. I wonder if you did this in a super chat. Montana's losing their shit. You guys are awesome. Thank you for engaging in the war of ideas, guys. Montana will have no hair. Scott Levenberg says, Travis, next time you're in Minneapolis, look me up and I'll buy you a beer. I'm seeing someone that works in the IDS Center. The lounge at the top is amazing. You can Google my name. It's unique. Cool. Sounds good, brother. Okay, I got to get to... quickly, I'm going to deal with Arucard, the Immortal. I'm going to go up to the super chat. Arucard the Immortal says let's see if there's a different one before this. I don't think it is. They invented the word exactly because they believed in the concept. No. They did not believe in a concept. They believed in an actual literal God. The idea, not like they believed in God the person, not God as a concept or the idea of what gods are. That's what they called that entity, like Yahweh, Vishnu, Zeus. So again, you're saying the same thing that you said before. Let's see if I got anyone trying to get in touch with me. Yeah, if anyone wants to jump on Skype, just jump on Skype right now. I am Travis Pangburn 3 on Skype. I'll give you guys a little bit of time if someone really wants to jump on. If not, we'll just plow through. No, but see, the problem is, Immortal, is that we were talking about why the concept was created. That's what we were originally talking about. Not how Jordan views it now or how some people view the concept of God now. There's still a lot of people who are still fundamentalist, and when we're talking about God, they're like, well, the only God, Jesus Christ. Or Yahweh, the man with the big white beard in the sky, Sky Daddy. My Sky Daddy's gonna smite ya. Oh, okay. We're gonna have a little bit of psilocybin. No, I'm kidding. It's marijuana. It's marijuana. The Immortal. Downloading Skype now! ! You're still misrepresenting me. I don't think I'm misrepresenting you. I'm doing an honest reading of what you're saying. I'm happy to talk with you. Okay. Going to do a little bit of the puff. Let's see what we got. Yeah, cool. Wow, the chat revenue is shit. You guys are awesome. Thank you for engaging in the war of ideas, guys. Montana will have no hair. Scott Levenberg says, Travis, next time you're in Minneapolis, look me up and I'll buy you a beer. I'm seeing someone that works in the IDS Center. The lounge at the top is amazing. You can Google my name. It's unique. Cool. Sounds good, brother. Okay, I got to get to... quickly, I'm going to deal with Arucard the Immortal. I'm going to go up to the super chat. Arucard the Immortal says let's see if there's a different one before this. I don't think it is. They invented the word exactly because they believed in the concept. No. They did not believe in a concept. They believed in an actual literal God. The idea, not like they believed in God the person, not God as a concept or the idea of what gods are. That's what they called that entity, like Yahweh, Vishnu, Zeus. So again, you're saying the same thing that you said before. Let's see if I got anyone trying to get in touch with me. Yeah, if anyone wants to jump on Skype, just jump on Skype right now. I am Travis Pangburn 3 on Skype. I'll give you guys a little bit of time if someone really wants to jump on. If not, we'll just plow through. No, but see, the problem is, Immortal, is that we were talking about why the concept was created. That's what we were originally talking about, not how Jordan views it now or how some people view the concept of God now. There's still a lot of people who are still fundamentalist, and when we're talking about God, they're like, well, the only God, Jesus Christ, or Yahweh, the man with the big white beard in the sky, Sky Daddy. My Sky Daddy's gonna smite ya. Oh, okay. We're gonna have a little bit of psilocybin. No, I'm kidding. It's marijuana. It's marijuana. The Immortal. Downloading Skype now! ! You're still misrepresenting me. I don't think I'm misrepresenting you. I'm doing an honest reading of what you're saying. I'm happy to talk with you. Okay. Going to do a little bit of the puff. Let's see what we got. Yeah, cool. Wow, the chat revenue is up to 170 Canadian. Wow, that's amazing, guys. Thank you very much. If anyone wants to become a patron and support us on Patreon, you are so welcome to. You just go to patreon.com/Pangburn, and there's a bunch of perks and stuff you'll see there to becoming a patron, and we would be happy to have you. I think I've given you guys enough time for a break. This smells so good. Let's have a little bit here. Why am I seeing the wrong... Oh, okay, there we go. That's why this thing was too bloody high. Okay. All right. Now things are going to get really weird.
Oh, things are really weird. Trust me, bro. Things are really weird.
Okay, that was a big hit for me. Probably going to mess up my brain.
Dude, you are so white. Oh, unlucky.
Hetua Kumar says, when are you going to release the full debate? Are you talking about D'Souza versus Dillahunty? As soon as the production team finishes editing. So it'll take a week or so. Keith Connolly says, I get what you're saying, Arucard. Travis mentioned how Jordan views it. I believe you guys agree more than you think. Arucard is giving a psychoanalysis of the underlying meaning of God. Sure, I'm happy to look at that. But Arucard was talking about was talking about why the concept was created, the reasons behind the narratives of God. Scott Levenberg says, breaking in those old wood pipes takes forever. Yeah, it's true. It's true, it's true. Well, it looks like we don't have anyone available for chat yet. I think we can continue with the video, and then if anyone does pop up, just send me a message if you want to chat on Skype. And again, I'm at Travis Pangburn 3. But let's continue with some video. And if you guys liked any of the music you heard, just find me on SoundCloud, Travis Pangburn. And I'm all over all social media platforms everywhere. So, rock and roll. Definitely feeling that hit of marijuana. I'm such a lightweight. Ow.
There's any number of explanations I've heard for the origins of religion, and I find almost all of them plausible in different forms, except for the one that asserts that they come directly from a supernatural being.
Well, okay, so that's the one we're gonna pursue, though, because
that was funnier than I thought it was. I was just being honest.
Yeah, well, honesty is often funnier than people think it is.
Boy, don't I know.
So people can have these experiences, and they can be evoked in a variety of ways, and people often find them very valuable, at least in terms of their subjective report.
I agree.
And the psilocybin experiments, and also the large-scale analysis of psychedelic drug users, by the way, also...
Forge Not Cast, welcome to the chat, says, the atheist believes they are just another ape species. Apes are dim-witted at every level in comparison to humans. Therefore, atheists have no justification for morality, logic, ethics. Have you heard of, like, genealogy, the study of DNA, evolutionary theory? We are African apes. That's what all the evidence points to. That's what all the models, when we put the evidence of reality into the scientific system and build the models, that's what the models say, that we are all African apes. Just because apes seem dim-witted to you at every level in comparison to humans, but wait a second, like apes are generally a lot stronger than oh, I guess he said dim-witted. That's okay. Are dim-witted. Yeah, sure. I mean, I'll grant that. Arucard the Immortal says, are you intentionally... Okay, let's see. The latest super chat is true things and false things are equally concepts. Yes, that's true. Go back and try harder. No, it's... Yes, true things and false things are equally concepts. You need to be much more clear in delivering what you are trying to claim. Because the frustration isn't... Like, your frustration in the interpreter isn't getting you anywhere. You need to be more clear and concise with what you are claiming. Your claim is muddy. Like, go up to the super chat, read it again. Your claim is Deepak Chopra-ish. You need to clear it up, be very clear and precise what you're claiming, and demonstrate your claim. That's all you have to do. You don't have to write another super chat, but my t-shirt says, Ben Shapiro likes infant genital cutting. And it's just a true statement of Ben Shapiro's position when it comes to infant genital cutting. He likes it. Someone's going to clip that for sure. I hope they do. Let's see what else we got here. My brain's definitely going to slow down because the pod is taking its toll, man. Okay, let's watch some more vid.
So indicate that the use of such substances is generally associated with an increment in health rather than a decrement, which is quite interesting, right? It's not something you'd necessarily expect. So here's a question. Why in the world do the people who have these experiences have the proclivity to attribute them to supernatural sources, like to a divine source? Like, what's going on there? Why is that the case?
So best guess, and this is contrary. So the skepticism isn't about, hey, let's debunk this and come up with. But if we were going to go through potential plausible explanations, to me this is very similar to in the 40s and 50s when people were supposedly abducted by aliens or ran into aliens. They had descriptions of aliens that pretty much were varied and often matched the various monsters that you saw in the movies then. After 2001, or after Close Encounters of the Third Kind, almost all descriptions of aliens became the almond-headed, this. Mm-hmm. The narrative in the culture about what an alien was converged. Yeah. And people were, this is what I experienced. In the same way that people will, sometimes cameras will catch orbs, or a particular lighting effect in a house that is supposedly haunted will be perceived as a ghost, as a spiritual, humanoid form. When we, in some cases, can show that that's actually not the case. In other cases, we have no idea what they necessarily saw. But because what people understand about spirits and souls and ghosts is in the zeitgeist of how we think, it enters the consciousness as a plausible explanation, even if ultimately there's no such thing as ghosts.
But that explains why they converge, but it doesn't explain why the initial impetus is the attribution of the experiences to something supernatural, like to something. See, fair enough.
I'm sure that I'm not convinced that necessarily the natural instinct is to apply it to something supernatural. I think it may be more the case that not only are we pattern recognition machines, but we're the descendants of people who, how you see faces and everything.
Yeah, that's a good hypothesis. That's
And so you see faces, or you anticipate that there's something in the bush out to get you, and when you go and actually investigate and you find there's nothing in the bush out to get you, rather than assuming that you might have been mistaken, maybe it's a spirit.
Yeah, the social psychologists call that the hyperactive agency detector.
And the fact that we can be, before we had a good understanding, we still don't have a good understanding of death and the mind and stuff. But if I'm standing here talking to you and I drop over dead, there's a clear, undeniable difference in me sitting here as an animated being and me laying there as no longer there. And so it seems a natural inference that something that about me has left. That doesn't mean that there's actually something about me, like a soul or whatever, that's left.
All right, we got our first caller. We're going to have Jordan Vargas on the air. Jordan, whenever you're ready, just do a voice call through Skype. Thank you guys for engaging in the chat. Going to have a quick conversation here with Jordan Vargas, who's going to be calling in. Hey, Jordan. Jordan, you there?
Hey, what's up, man?
Hey, how's it going? Welcome to the Penguin live chat.
Yeah, dude. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. So what do you want to chat about?
Well, are you, well, first things first, I'm watching the stream and I hear you on here. Should I,
Yeah, I guess kill the stream if you can. That would be great.
I was going to say, it'd be cool to talk about the debate as we go through it, maybe, or...
Yeah, is there anything specific that you wanted to touch on, that we've already seen so far?
I just got here 10 minutes before the break, so.
Oh, okay. How do you think in general? Have you seen this debate yet?
Yeah, I've listened to it twice, and I still feel like I need to watch it again.
Yeah. How do you think the night went in general for Jordan?
He made a good point at first when he was talking about, you know, like the celebrity atheist types tend to attack religion from like in the sense of attacking like the fundamentalist aspect of it, but they don't contend with stuff that's like, I guess, well, they don't contend with like the stuff that he's talking about. They tend to like, you know, try and reduce it to that fundamentalist type of religious you know, beliefs or whatever.
Right. So you think that was a solid point. My main contention with this is that if a fundamentalist is going to make the claim that, you know, well, my God exists all around us, or my God exists outside of space-time, or whatever, and if they make a fundamentalist claim like that, it's like, well, then they're making a claim about, okay, if you're going to claim something exists, we should be able to test this. And how do we test things? We use the scientific method, right? So isn't it the fundamentalist who's taking that conversation in that direction?
Yeah, no, it definitely is. I'm just saying that they, like, a lot of atheists tend to, like, I don't know if conflate is the right word here, but like they confuse Jordan Peterson's message with that like fundamental.
I agree.
Like a real God, or you know, because he even straight up says like, you can strip it of its what did he call it, of the metaphysical substrate, you know, and then there's still like Matt Dillahunty is still saying like, you know, you're not. I haven't heard any evidence about the existence of God coming from you, even though that's not what Jordan is actually trying to do. So
yeah, so I think Matt, you know, it's true that Matt did claim like, you know, this is my general position when it comes to God. I think a lot of atheists are used to, or at least a lot of skeptics are used to hearing claims of, you know, not the claims that Jordan are making, is that this metaphor is like exists in its own version of truth, like metaphorical truth, because it's like, I think almost every atheist agrees that that metaphor exists. It's just how important it is something that is often debated. But I don't think these what Jordan would call celebrity atheists are dodging dealing with what he's talking about necessarily. I think a lot of atheists have talked about how they respect and enjoy certain cultural aspects of some religions, and some of the claims that are made are just bogus nonsense, but some of the claims are interesting from a narrative perspective.
Yeah, and I think Sam Harris made a good point too, where it's like well, like, so I was talking about how atheists misinterpret his message, but I think Christians do too. And they're missing the fact that he's not in support of like a literal God, but they think that, you know, they automatically hear like a positive message about the Bible, so they automatically associate that with like all of the stuff that comes with it in their minds.
Right. Yeah, I agree with that.
So, yeah, I mean, maybe that's something that I think Jordan Peterson should address a little bit more, just to deal with the confusion.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Jordan. I talk about this lots, where Jordan is a thought pretzel thinker. He's not like an authored thinker like guys like Hitchens and Sam Harris, or even like a guy like on the Christian fundamentalist side like William Lane Craig. It's like these guys are authored speakers. They speak in a way that's really easy to understand and follow. But when you get a person like Jordan who's a thought pretzel thinker, it can be really hard to follow exactly what he is meaning and exactly what he's getting to. So that tends to not translate well to audiences, and a lot of people who don't spend a lot of time listening to Jordan and a lot of time kind of dissecting what his thought pretzels are doing, they will see clips of him and be like, what the fuck is he talking about? Like that's a common reaction. But it's true that you have to, you know, spend some time and really focus when listening to Jordan and interpreting you know, the pretzels, because if you just catch a piece of the pretzel, it's not going to seem like a complete thought. And there's a lot of highly intelligent thinkers in human history that have been thought pretzel thinkers, like Jordan, but they tend to be harder to understand, I think.
That and it's like, you know, because what he's talking about is something that we kind of to some degree we kind of understand it intuitively if we do understand it, and so in order to like translate it into verbal language kind of doesn't do it justice if you're like omitting details or just looking to kind of summarize it. It just doesn't necessarily get the job done, kind of in the same way of like trying to understand a dream.
Yeah, I mean, I think with that is we you know, even if the idea that Jordan is talking about can be simplified and delivered in a simple way, I think this concept of God is actually a lot more simple than a lot of like thinkers like Jordan tend to. I think they tend to overcomplicate some aspects of the importance of the God concept psychologically in human beings, because I think we have a lot of godless people who get along just fine, and I would you know go as far to say that in developed worlds, a lot of these people who still claim to be of a religious faith of some kind really aren't fundamentally, but they are more of a cultural Christian or a cultural Jew.
Yeah.
Anyways, I really appreciate the call. I'm going to let you go for now and get back to some video, and hopefully next time you'll call in again.
Yeah, for sure, man. I appreciate it. It's cool
Thanks
to talk to you.
Yep, thanks.
Peace.
That was Jordan Vargas, everybody. Thank you so much for the call, and thank you guys for being patient. I'll start slurring my words a little more. Again, that's what pot does to the brain. This is awesome, guys. We'll do about another half hour. Looks like you guys are engaging in some awesome chat here. Right on. Oh, we got the Immortal that wants to call in. So let's... Here, let me open up Skype. It's Travis Pangburn 3 on Skype. So we'll take one more call. Jordan Vargas says, damn, I was nervous as fuck. It's all good, man. That was good. We had a good exchange there. So we're waiting for the famous, the infamous super chat extraordinaire of tonight's extravaganza. What am I talking about? Arucard, the Immortal, is going to be calling in. Let's see what we got going on in the chat. You guys are really digging deep here. Nathan Sanders says this is the worst Peterson has looked in a public debate. LOL, intellectually speaking. Yeah, I think that's fair to say. I think Matt pins Jordan and wears him out at certain points in this debate. I don't think we haven't really got to that point in the video yet in this live stream, but yeah, I think it was one of these outings that people see what happens when Jordan comes face to face with a very astute skeptic like Matt Dillahunty, and Matt really is I think Matt really outlines some things like, you know, by the end of this, that okay, Jordan, we understand that you find these things valuable, but it's like you that doesn't mean that they're necessarily imperative for a human to live a fruitful life, and I think that's just basically the essence of what Matt is saying. Travis Pangburn 3 live on Skype, and if you can't find me, I don't know why. You should see the Pangburn logo. Great work in the chat. If you guys are seeing this not live, make sure you check out the chat. There's some really interesting conversations happening. Anselm Zaraxis and Montana Hovater are engaging. Into Dionysus says, let's bring in David Silverman and get his viewpoint. I don't know what David is doing right now. Seems to be all over the map. I had to unlock this one. Hain Easy says, Travis, go fuck yourself. Yeah. Hain Easy. So cool. Where's all the vitriol come from there, brother? All right, let's continue with the video. I don't know where our immortal friend is, but can't seem to find me.
I tend to think the same thing when the radio stops working or the television stops working. It's not like the man in the TV has left.
Hain Easy, you withheld the Harris-Peterson debate for so fucking long. Are you seriously that much of a, like, that out of tune with the business of producing live content that eventually becomes free to the world? Are you literally that out of tune with reality? Like, you just expect that people will spend hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars risking so much, risking everything essentially, and creating this content, and it wasn't released quite quick enough to your liking, and that's how you justify Travis, go fuck yourself? Are you seriously, are you like the biggest idiot on the planet? Like, maybe you're trolling, maybe you don't actually believe that. I hope you don't, but you just sound like one of these people with their hands out saying everything should be nobody else would have withheld it, you fucking moron. Why don't you go produce your own live event? Yeah, it was over a month. It was actually released. You could have paid like a very small amount of money and viewed it on Patreon. So why didn't you? You just wanted it for free instantly, right? That's not the way the world works. It just isn't. Venturing into the brine says, are you? Quit being dense, Travis. Okay, so we got some trolls in here. Overreacting as usual? How is that an overreaction? This person starts off with, Travis, go fuck yourself. How is what I said an overreaction? Yeah, Arucard, the Immortal, just post your Skype name here, and I'll see if I can find you. Hain Easy says, you're antithetical to what you prefer, what you pretend to champion. Oh, okay. Yeah, this guy's a fucking troll. Nathan Sanders says, Hennessy, well, he released the fucking shit for free. That is the best way to get shit spread far and wide. Yeah, and you know, the translations were all free, and you know, it's like I try to make the stuff available. The thing about that project is that project was just epic. We had at that time we had to recoup some money through Patreon for that project. Okay. Let's see if I can find our friend here. Okay, I said hi to all of the Christopher Zamonska Blakes on Skype. So if this doesn't work, we'll just carry on. Arucard the Immortal says, yeah, so I've sent you a hello there. If you haven't got it at this point, I don't know what's going on. Anyways, I'll leave my Skype open. Let's watch a little more video.
It's just off. But it seems that those sorts of natural...
I don't know if you want to use that analogy. It suggests that whatever's in the TV is coming from an external source. And you're definitely not making that argument with regard to the store.
The TV station isn't in my living room, so there's at least some external source sending it
right,
to there.
But that's exactly my point.
Yeah, that's all I was going.
You make a case that consciousness isn't exactly in your head either, even though it's localized.
So why would I think consciousness is anywhere other than mine?
Well, how do you account for consciousness?
Well, I'm not sure that we can account for consciousness.
This is definitely true.
But
yes. See, and that's
I have
another
no reason to think that it's beyond, what the brain produces. The fact that something's mysterious doesn't mean that. Well, if something's mysterious,
consciousness isn't just mysterious. It's like really mysterious. It's the most mysterious thing.
Okay, well,
right? It's not like ordinary mysterious.
The fact that something is really mysterious to the point where I think you and I would agree that we don't have an explanation. Okay, if there was something like that, we'll say that it's maybe consciousness. We agree we don't have an explanation, or at least a complete one for consciousness,
or even a partial one.
Oh, sorry guys.
It seems vaguely
so consciousness
with the brain.
That was my fault. Really mysterious, and you and I have no explanation for it. As human beings, we're uncomfortable with saying I don't know. This is something I'm trying to teach people to become more comfortable with, is to say I don't know. And so when you ask me about consciousness, my answer is I don't know. But for other people, they're so uncomfortable with I don't know that they posit an explanation that they cannot justify, something that's untestable and unfalsifiable, and that is that there's a ghost in the machine. I can't make that leap because it is entirely speculation without support. It seems intuitively right because of how we view the world. And yet, I would rather say, I don't know, and then continue to explore it, because I worry that by asserting what the explanation is, you stop looking for...
Jordan Vargas says, at the Penguin, consciousness could be a product of brain function, or it could be some external magical thing that uses the brain as a vessel. Well, I mean, to say what's possible isn't really interesting to me. I'm more interested in what's plausible. And what's plausible is we see, millions upon millions upon millions upon millions of calculations happening in the brain, and it seems to be the engine that is generating this idea of what we call consciousness, awareness, which I think is actually a very bad term, and it's something I'm looking to replace with something I'm proposing in my new book. Yeah, I mean, it could be so many different. There could be a little alien in my head, working me with controls, right? And it's just every time we actually look in there, we don't see an alien. We see like brain matter. Okay, hey Easy, you had a good run. Now you're blocked. I'm just reading some of your comments here, guys. Arucard the Immortal says, LOL, Travis is high. I'm feeling a little bit high for sure after my one puff. Nathan Sanders says, Jordan, I have my own idea of what consciousness is. I think people overthink what consciousness could possibly be. I agree with that, definitely. So what else we got? Jordan Vargas says, I think we don't understand enough about consciousness to confidently say that it's a product of brain function, in my opinion. It makes sense to some degree, but not fully. Yeah, but that not fully doesn't mean that it's outside the brain. That gap doesn't mean it's outside the brain. What we do know is that the brain is functioning and creating thoughts and ideas, right, and memories, and we're like we know a fair amount about the brain, but there are some functions of it that are very mysterious. But that doesn't mean that we have any reason to believe that anything is going on outside the brain. We have reasons to believe that this is a function of the brain that we don't quite understand, because all of our functions that make us human are filtering through the brain and are being processed in the brain. So into Dionysus says, the precipice of perception cannot always be clear is called consciousness. You've smoked more pot than I have today. Jordan says, goes on to say, I'm not claiming that being unsure means it comes from outside the brain. I'm saying we aren't sure, but people talk about it as if it's already fact and it's not quite there yet. Yeah, I mean, consciousness hasn't really met any of its burden of proof or claim. I agree with that, and that's what I'm trying to sort out in my new book. Like, I think the pleasure drive that I'm proposing is the thing that actually decides what we are conscious of or what we are aware of. We're only aware of the pleasure pursuits, essentially. I think this idea of general awareness is just not what's going on. Zane Brunt, thanks for the comment, says, I'm not really sure I even know what consciousness is supposed to be. It often feels like it's one of them magic words. Yeah, I agree. It's a magic word placeholder thing that we just, the origins of consciousness are very mysterious, but I think my pleasure drive explanation, which I'll just do like a live stream on that at some point. Let's see. We might finally get Immortal on the air. Venturing into the brine says, no, Travis, don't lie. What did I lie about? Don't lie to yourself and us. You're atheist. Yeah, I'm an atheist. You're going to take an atheistic viewpoint. What exactly is an atheistic viewpoint? Atheism is simply just the lack of belief in gods due to the lack of evidence by the claim makers. That's all atheism is. Let's see if I can actually find our friend. I can't find you, Immortal. Not working. Not working. Too bad. Your mind is already made up? Your mind has already been made up? No, that's not true. Atheism is just a response to a claim that hasn't met its burden of proof, claims of God's existence. That's all atheism is. So if you're going to claim that a God exists or that something exists, it doesn't matter what, demonstrate it. That's the rule of skepticism. Skepticism 101. Oh, it looks like I got Christopher on. Christopher, call. You found me. You must have used that search engine. All right, guys. Just waiting for our second caller. Here we go. All right, Christopher, we finally got you.
Yeah, it took me forever to figure it out.
Not everyone's a genius like me, I guess.
even geniuses can be crippled by their genius, right?
True, 100%. Well, what did you want to talk about today? And thank you so much for the super chats, by the way.
Oh, my pleasure. I view it as ruthless self-promotion.
Awesome. There you go.
Yeah. And you seem like a nice guy, so.
Yeah. I'm a pretty damn nice guy, I think.
Well, that's good to hear. Yeah, basically just called to say hi, pretty much.
Yep.
And also, you don't seem to understand my definition of God.
Right. Let's have it.
What was your objection to it again?
Well, why don't you just in case people didn't see your claim, why don't you make your claim?
Sure.
And then
sure.
let's deal with it.
So I said something like, God is the word that humans invented to describe what they imagine to be physical and mental perfection. So in other words, what they think of as being God, even if they truly believe in it, is in reality sort of just an algorithmic extrapolation of their maximum potential, what that would be like if it was realized in reality.
So this may be the case for Judeo-Christianity, but I don't think what you're claiming here applies to like some polytheism where we have some of the gods being very have many malfunctions, like Ares being this lord of just death and war. That really isn't the epitome of
those gods. Those gods are less relevant because they're exponentially easier to deal with in the first place. They didn't even try to hide the fact that they created those gods in the image of man. But that's still perfectly in line with my definition of God.
Well, they believed that those gods were real. I mean, they would sacrifice bodies to Poseidon.
I don't
right?
I don't understand how you think that's relevant to what I said.
Well, I mean, if you're gonna claim like this is this is why this term of God was created, like that's what we're talking about, right? Like
I wasn't addressing why anything. I was just trying to give a definition of a concept.
Well, yeah. So okay, you were defining it as this term that was created to describe X, but I think some of these.
But I didn't imply anything about why. I just said it was X, therefore Y.
Right, but you, okay, sure. So what you just claimed, like right now in this conversation, I don't think that works with some polytheistic version of gods, because we're talking about gods in general, right? But if you're going to make a special appeal,
I view all gods as being fundamentally the same type of thing.
Well, I mean,
to a degree.
Okay, how so? Like, how would you qualify that? Like I know you're trying to
to the degree that the word can be applied to all of them, they have that in common.
Right.
They have to share some fundamental aspect.
Yeah, but what would be the fundamental aspect that you think they all share? That they are like they
That's what
are
I'm trying
a
to. That's what I'm
supreme,
trying to explain.
like that they are a supreme being, or
Yes. So my definition of what it takes to be a god, or rather the difference between being a god and not being a god, is in order to be a god. This is the reason I say God is impossible by definition, because in order to be a god, you would have to be capable of subverting the laws of physics which govern your own substance, which is physically impossible.
But how do you know that they are subverting the laws of physics and that they're just not engaging with laws of physics that we just don't understand?
The laws of physics are the laws of physics. There's the.
Oh, okay. You mean the greater? Okay. Yep. Okay. So your original description you were saying is that gods, you were talking about gods being like some kind of idea of what human beings would you say it's what human beings would describe as the like epitome of what we should work towards?
The epitome of our potential if it was realized into actuality.
Right. So my contention with that, especially like we can look at every single god in history and look at where this might fail. But if we're talking about like the Christian God, it's like the description. Like I am much more moral than the Christian God.
What could be more desirable to the simple lizard brain of humanity than being all powerful and all knowing?
Well, depending on one's pleasure drive, perhaps having sex.
But everything that is involved in leading up to having sex, it requires those more basic things that I was just talking about.
What?
It's about power.
I don't think sex is about power.
That's not quite what I'm saying. Although sex is about power, although it's not. It isn't not about other things, but it isn't not about power.
Isn't not about power. Well, I mean, that's a weird claim. It's like it's not about carrots either.
Wait. No, sex is not about carrots, but it isn't not about power.
Sex is not about carrots, but it isn't not about power. That's a weird claim. So
everything is about power. That's my point. Well, that's one of my points.
One of your points is everything is about power. What about raising children?
What? That's like one of the most fundamentally power-focused things that there is. That's why it's so important.
But I don't think that's power. It's like raising.
No. How do you think children are not power?
Well, because you're essentially.
The power of our race to survive for another generation.
What about raising children?
What? That's like one of the most fundamentally power-focused things that there is. That's why it's so important.
But I don't think that's power. It's like raising.
No. How do you think children are not power?
Well, because you're essentially.
The power of our race to survive for another generation.
Yeah, but well, I guess it depends on how you're going to define power. But what about raising children?
What? That's like one of the most fundamentally power-focused things that there is. That's why it's so important.
But I don't think that's power. It's like raising.
No. How do you think children are not power?
Well, because they're.
12:35.
I mean, you're essentially.
The power of our race to survive for another generation.
Yeah, but well, I guess it depends on how you're going to define power, but it just.
I define everything very fundamentally and specifically.
Right, but if you're defining a child fundamentally, or being a parent or raising a child, it's like I don't think power is a fundamental description of that.
The reason children are so valuable to us is because they represent so much power to shape our future when we get old and sick.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think it's just pleasurable. I think it's all pleasure. Like I think, and it's not the pleasure of the pursuit of power.
That's a nonsensical statement. What do you mean? It's all pleasure?
Well, it's not. Our brains seem to be functioning on working towards epitomes of pleasure. Like we're moving towards being well as opposed to not being well in general when the brain is functioning properly.
Are you then overlooking the positive value of pain?
No, because that's also a pleasurable pursuit at times. Pain is part.
But that's relative.
Yes, I'm saying pleasure is relative because pleasure our pleasure drive is essentially hardware meets environment, and some people will have in our genetics have the possibility to unlock the serial killer pleasure drive, but it won't always the environment won't always lend it.
When you say something like it's all pleasure,
yeah,
you seem to be discounting the degree to which pain can be a real thing that's bad for people in excess.
Well, no, I think it's not discounting that. It's just saying that like when we're looking at why humans do X or why humans decide to do this, or decided to do this and didn't decide to do that, we seem to be moving towards pleasurable pursuits, and those pleasurable pursuits can be pain and can be bad and can have negative effects. I'm not saying that they can't, and that across the whole spectrum can be perverted, I think, depending on environment meets hardware. But
Wait. We've drifted kind of far afield from the original discussion, and I don't think
Sure.
we've resolved our initial contention.
Right. Well, so you have a claim of, why you think the God term was created.
Wait, no. I specifically said I wasn't talking about why.
Well, say your claim again, because there is a why in there. Why there is a why?
No. It implies a why.
Yes,
but,
that's what I'm getting at.
It itself is only a definition.
Yeah. Okay. So, but I'm just getting at, like, I'm just trying to get a clear sense of the direct claim that you're making. So, what's your claim?
Oh, my claim is merely that I think the at least the best definition that I've thought of so far for God is that it's an artificial, the word at least is an artificial human invention that we created for the purpose of describing the concept, which is how we imagine ourselves to be if we were perfected.
Yeah, and I think that's way more advanced thinking of this concept than what's actually going on. It's essentially just using our imaginations to think of.
I'm only trying to address the concept because I think it's the fundamental concept that underpins the disagreement that
Blake, let's debate.
Who are debating on your stream are having.
Right. Well.
Hey, Blake, $70 and I'll debate you.
LOL. You send me $70 and then we can talk.
So $70. That'll be $70, please. That'll be $70, please, Blake.
Yeah, right. You send me $70 and then we can discuss it.
Pay me $70 and we'll debate intelligent design or free will or whatever you want.
LOL. Oh, you can.
I'll give you.
You can debate me right now if you want, but I'm not paying.
I'll give you. I'll give you my PayPal, and when the money's in, I'll.
That's funny.
When the money's in Blake, we'll start debating.
Your joking skills are kind of subpar.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry about that. I've obviously learned from. I've obviously got a lot to learn from the master.
Indeed.
Yeah. So how's it going then?
Oh, it's going good.
Yeah. Are you being productive? I mean, you don't seem to be you don't seem to be very productive like these days. You filling your days being productive and stuff.
Well, I don't know why you think I'm not being productive.
Well, I know you just seem to spend all night on stream, just
Well,
not talking to anyone.
What'd you say?
You just seem to spend all night on stream, not talking to anyone.
Well, just because there are no people to talk to doesn't mean I don't want to talk to people.
Yeah, but you're obviously somewhere. You're obviously sitting somewhere, on your couch or something like that.
No, I have work to get done, and I get that done when other people don't feel like talking to me.
What, like study or college or something?
Or something.
Or something. What are you studying? I mean, you say you're studying, but I'm not clear what you're studying.
Oh, well, I'm just not ready to publicly divulge that information.
Well, okay. I mean, I don't see. I mean, the only reason that you wouldn't divulge that information is if it was somehow shameful. Surely, if maybe you're studying, studying. Or I mean, are you studying Pornhub or something? Is that what it is?
No, as you are currently demonstrating, I exist in a media ecosphere of like high octane gaslighting 24/7. So
okay, that's just incoherent. That's just incoherent. I don't even.
No,
think
it's not
you know
incoherent
what those words mean. No, you don't even know what those words.
You don't know what those words mean if you think I don't know what those words mean.
I mean, that's just a lot of esoteric bullshit. Okay.
What did you say?
I mean, but I just don't know why you wouldn't reveal it. I mean, if you're a college,
it's not esoteric.
It's not esoteric. Law or whatever. Nobody's going to mock you for studying law.
It's not even remotely esoteric bullshit. Everything I say had a specific meaning, and
that's good.
And every meaning of every word that I used was germane to what we were speaking about.
Okay. But I mean, it's not something to be. I don't see why you wouldn't say what you're studying if it's not something to be ashamed of, or if it's not something. It's just stupid bullshit,
Oh, well, I'm ashamed of wasting my time speaking to you about your stupid bullshit ideas in this moment.
Okay, I mean, what are you studying, anime or something?
It sounds like you didn't hear what I just said.
Okay. But I'm just saying I don't see why you wouldn't say what you are studying if it wasn't something to be ashamed.
Oh, that's okay. You don't need to see it.
Okay, fine. But I mean, you seem to sit there all night. I mean, you'll be there for another few hours yet. I mean, you're nocturnal. So whatever you're studying, it must be something really important, right? It must be something really, you must be being really productive. You're basically up studying all night. And you're doing this night after night after night.
Well, that's for you to make your own conclusions about, I suppose.
Well, sure, whatever. But I mean, it must be something, top secret, yeah.
No, you just occupy a place so far beyond the level of acceptable discourse that you're excluded from the knowledge, even though it's not radical knowledge.
Oh, okay. So you are studying. Okay. Can you just tell me whatever you're studying? Is it something that's accredited? Is it an accredited course that you're studying, or is it just your own personal study?
It's an official course of something.
It's an official course. So this is actually going to get you somewhere, yeah.
Well, I did say it was a lucrative field, did I not?
So this is a lucrative field, and it is going to end up enriching your life and enriching you.
Otherwise, I wouldn't be doing it.
And it's going to help you move out of your mom's basement, yeah.
I don't know. That remains to be seen.
Yep. Why don't you get your mom on the stream sometime? Like, when you get your mom in the chat, I mean, she's not Twitter. When you get her in the chat, get her talking to us.
She's a subpar conversationalist.
Oh, well. That certainly runs in the family, doesn't it? Like,
well, if you say so.
LOL.
Indeed.
So what? It's 4 in the morning there, nearly 4 in the morning. Yeah.
Is it? I haven't checked the time lately. Yeah,
It must be about
6 minutes till 4. Yeah.
6 minutes till 4 in the morning. I mean, that's. I mean, it's a Friday night. You're sitting on your own on the stream. I'm just curious. Do you ever go out with mates and people like that, or?
Oh yeah, when I get an opportunity to, yes.
Does that happen often? I mean, the past few weekends you've just been sitting on the stream on your own in Tom's basement all the time. I mean,
well, that's
when I was your age.
You're
when I was your age, I was out every single weekend.
You just exaggerated a time frame by a factor of 3 or 4. But
okay.
Continue.
When I was your age, what are you? 20, 23, 24?
24.
24. Okay, when I was 24, I was going out like every single weekend.
Oh, I'm proudly atypical.
Yeah. I mean, right now, where do you go? Do you go to bars and things like that? Do you go pick up chicks or whatever? Do you have those sorts of friends to do that? Or?
That's a nonsensical question. I don't.
Well, no, it's not a nonsensical question. Asking somebody what they do of a weekend to relax is not in any way a nonsensical question, Chris.
I don't relax.
You don't relax. Well, everybody has to relax. I mean, what's smoking weed and getting high? Isn't that relaxing?
Sitting down is kind of relaxing sometimes.
Yeah, but smoking weed is something that's done to relax. You don't smoke weed in order to work hard. You don't smoke weed in order to make money, do you?
You can.
Okay. Well, it's rarely done. I mean, generally,
no, but it's very much possible.
Okay. Generally, if you're smoking weed, your working day is done. I mean, that's why you don't get people lighting up weed at the office and things like that. That's why you don't get bus drivers lighting up weed.
Unless you work at Twitter, of course.
Yeah, but you generally in most jobs. Generally. I mean, maybe if you're a songwriter,
or like if you live in Colorado,
or a comic book writer, or something like that, then yeah, sure, it doesn't matter. But generally, people don't get high.
Or like if you live
in order to make money,
in California, for example.
Yeah, but like I said, it doesn't matter if it's legal. I'm not talking about legality. I'm saying that generally people don't get high when they should be making money. People get high in order to relax. When people start getting high, when they start drinking, their working days.
I think you're making a mistake here in assuming that people ever shouldn't be making money.
You're saying that people should always be trying to make money?
Of course.
Okay, so like a mom is putting her son or daughter, a mom is putting a kid to bed, should be trying to make money by reading the kid a bedtime story?
Oh, absolutely. Children are money, you see.
Oh, wow. Well, wait a minute there. How would you propose you make money out of reading a kid a bedtime story?
Well, when you're in the nursing home, they might remember that and think fondly of you.
Okay. And what? I'll give you some money.
And that might have a quantitative value to your life in that moment.
Okay, future. Yeah, I'm sure. Okay, but how is giving a guy $70 so that he will talk to you making money? I mean, that's just losing money.
Oh, I didn't do that at all.
You paid a guy to talk to you.
No. I paid him and talked to him separately.
No, you paid a guy to talk to you.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
Okay. So if you hold on.
Shut up.
So if you had,
be quiet. Shut up. He issued an open invitation, which I accepted. We were all free to join him.
Okay, but why did you give him $70?
I didn't do it all in one time, in one moment.
But you gave this guy $70.
I hijacked his stream with super chats for my own self-promotion purposes.
Yeah, so paying $70 to do so. Yeah, it's like I might hijack. Okay, it's like I might hijack somebody's shop.
You are just failing to imagine the return on investment, which I am calculating.
I'm going to hijack somebody's shop with money and take away some produce, which they sell me.
That's not even close to an analogy.
You didn't hide. Okay, so this guy would still have spoken to you, even if you hadn't have paid him. Is that what you're saying?
Of course, he just would have felt differently about it.
What felt differently? How?
Well, it's impossible not to feel differently after someone pays you money.
Okay, so you don't seem to feel very different about Rogan. She's giving you a lot of money.
Oh, but you have no idea though, so fuck off.
Okay, fine. But okay, if this guy would have talked to you anyway, why the fuck did you give him $70?
Because I had things I wanted to say to his audience while he was live.
And you needed to pay $70 to do so.
I wanted to make them pay attention to it.
Okay. Do you think, okay, this guy, were there other people paying this guy money then?
Yep.
There were. So how much money do you think? Much money do you think?
I probably led the pack, but only just.
Okay. How much money do you think this guy made from the stream?
Just under 200 Canadian.
Whoa. Okay, so this guy streamed for like 2 hours, yeah?
Yeah.
And he made $200 out of it, yeah?
Something like that.
Okay, but that's for that guy, that's brilliant. That's fucking brilliant. I mean, you sit there for 2 hours and you get paid $200, basically shoot off your mouth. So how did he get into the position where people were willing to pay him money to listen to what he had to say?
What is the relevance? Because I mean, what is the relevance of that question?
Because that sounds fucking sweet, Blake. If I could get paid $200 to talk for 2 hours,
well, why don't?
I mean, I mean, fuck it. That's my day. I do that 5 days a week. I make $1,000 a week.
What the money he made from his stream was pitiful compared to most other people's streams that are even marginally successful.
Well, fuck me, Blake. You know, this is what we need to be doing. This is what you need to be doing. How did he get into a position where he was able to make money?
I literally am doing it in this moment. Why do you think I am?
Because I'm not paying you any money, you dickwad. How do you get paid money to stream? That's all I'm asking. I mean, it's not a confrontational question. I'm just wondering why do people?
Hey, shut up and listen to the answer to your question. You start by streaming, and then you attract an audience, and then they attract a larger audience, and then you get paid. Because once you reach a volume level where the people who are concurrently live on your live streams watching you when you go live are enough that the comments come too frequently for you to reasonably be expected to pay attention to all of them, or even a significant number of them, proportion-wise. At that point, that's when you break through the barrier between obscurity and notoriety, and you then have a real power to capitalize on your streams by extracting money from people in exchange for giving them your attention, since that is now at a premium.
Okay, so what makes this guy's stream so good? What makes it so successful?
Well, it wasn't particularly successful.
Yeah, but I consider it successful if he's basically able to make a living out of it.
You're not using a very informed frame of reference.
Well, what do you mean? I mean, this guy. I mean, I would call it successful if you can get paid $200 to speak.
Do you know
2 hours?
Jimmy Dore is a failed, unfunny comedian, and he makes thousands of dollars per live stream.
Well, that's fine. That's good for him. But I mean,
you're missing the point. Was it? You are missing the point, my friend.
Okay, no, I'm not missing the point. Just ask you a reasonable question as to what made this guy so special that anyone is prepared to pay him any money at all to hear him speak.
That is not special.
Well, why do people pay him money? I wouldn't care about being special. I wouldn't give a fuck. I mean, $200 a night is perfectly all right for me. $100 an hour, 2 hours work. I mean, that's fucking hell, man.
What?
It's fine.
I don't hear you. I don't hear you making a point.
Okay, well, what I'm saying is, I would make $100. Okay, I'd make $1,000 a week, and I would be fucking happy with that. So I don't care about being in the big league. I don't care about getting thousands of dollars. I mean, I would be happy with $200 a night. I would be happy with $1,000.
I hear you saying you would be happy making $1,000 a week by streaming your bullshit on the internet. I don't hear you making a point.
Well, that's what I'm saying. How do you get into that position?
Oh my fucking Jesus! I just explained it to you.
No. What I'm asking you is why this guy, this specific guy, even warrants $200, or warrants you giving him $7.
It's because he went to the effort of collecting an audience of like-minded individuals to him that care about the things I care about.
Okay, so how does he collect that audience?
Simply by engaging in discourse and trying to make connections actively.
Okay, so how do you connect with it?
Same way he connected with other people. Trying.
What? So you just basically stumble across this guy and thought,
YouTube suggested him to me. Well, because YouTube suggested him to me because of my interests in Sam Harris and Jordan Peterson, who he knows personally, apparently.
Oh, wow. Cool. So when are you going to be debating with Sam Harris and Jordan Peterson?
Well, that's TBD.
To be yeah, okay. And how much are they going to charge you to talk to them?
LOL. Good question.
LOL. How much would you pay? How much would you pay to debate with Jordan Peterson?
Any price that was fair.
Okay. Would you pay $500 to debate with Jordan Peterson?
I can't imagine him charging me $500 to debate him. That would be...
Yeah, because it'd be a fucking honor, wouldn't it? It'd be a fucking honor for him.
What?
It'd be a fucking honor for him to debate you, wouldn't it?
He's a humble man.
Well, there we go.
It's one of his greatest strengths, actually.
Okay. I don't have a lot of time, Blake, but
that's irrelevant to me.
Okay, but I mean, what? So you think you won this debate with this guy yesterday?
Well, by my definition of winning, yes.
Yeah. So in other words, you got your ass handed to you by everyone else.
Oh, what? Were you not entertained?
I haven't watched the stream, Blake. I don't tend to watch cringe, so doesn't really do it for me.
You sound entertained.
I'm just asking you some questions. Everybody else said that you got your ass handed to you. So I mean that's good.
I'm just saying is you sound entertained.
Yeah, I mean I'm just talking to you. I'm just talking to you, Blake. I mean it's
something had to have incentivized you to talk to me.
Well, I just saw you on stream, so I thought, oh well, I'll just have a little chat. Because I mean, you always talk, you're always here, you're always up for a talk. So
it's just an impulse thing. Just an impulse thing, huh?
Yeah, sure. I was just browsing through the messages, and I thought, oh, hey, Blake.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Yeah, totally. So that'll be $70, please, Blake.
I did mean originally though, and in general.
Right. Okay, that'll be $70, please, Blake.
See you later.
Oh dear. Okay, so are you going to be in how many people have you got on your stream? How many people have you got following you?
Followers of my channel?
Yeah, followers of your channel.
I think that it's 25.
25. And how many people has that guy got? Who you paid yesterday?
Like 83.2 thousand.
83.2 thousand. Oh fuck. So you got a little way to go before you're at his level.
Well, that's a matter of perspective, you see.
Right. Okay, so how many, for example, do you know offhand how many like Evan and Mike have?
No, I have no idea, but I assume it's pitiful.
Well, I'm not sure they've ever charged anybody to talk to them, but then I suppose they're not really that curious like that. But
not that way.
I think they've got a few thousand. I think they've got a few thousand.
Oh, well, isn't that pitiful considering how long they've been at it?
Well, no, not really. It depends what their aims are.
Well, so I would agree with you if one of their aims is not to be famous ever.
Well, okay.
Are you coming to the tree where they strung up a man, they say murdered 3? Strange things did happen here, no stranger would it be if we met up at midnight in the hanging tree. Are you coming to the tree where the dead man cried out for his love to flee? Strange things did happen here, no stranger would it be if we met up at midnight in the hanging tree.
I mean, I think at some points Matt wants to steer this a little bit into why he objects to fundamentalism and the fundamentalist claims, but also, like, I think kind of like what happened with Sam Harris is that there is this necessity that Sam and Matt feel to point out that you aren't being very clear to the fundamentalists that you are not in their camp, and I think that is a huge.
Yeah, both people are massively failing in terms of communication, for sure.
Yeah, well, but I think it's a difficult topic when someone's going to start talking about truth outside of what truth actually is, like proposing new versions of truth, like metaphorical truth, into a conversation that this just didn't. This as, or at least in modern versions of this conversation, this concept of metaphorical belief, truth of the existence of God. Like if Jordan says, "Yeah, I act as though God exists," he's meaning this metaphorically, but people are taking what he's claiming to mean the fundamental existence of a God, the way we know that colloquially.
That's why I think my definition is useful, because by my definition of God, it's totally rational for me to say that, as Jordan says, that I live as though a God exists, because by my definition of God, God is not real.
Right. So if you're as long as the problem is colloquially, I've smoked some pot. Colloquially, we understand God to not mean what you are talking about, even though you're going to define it that way. That's fine, but there needs to be levels of clarification in that. I think for people.
That's why I'm on this stream right now promoting the message so that more people can understand it.
Yeah, well, I think it's good as long as it's clear that we're talking about meaningful metaphor and we're not talking about fundamentalism, because you obviously don't want to be lumped in with the fundamentalist like ridiculous dogmatic bullcrap that's in the Bible, right?
Well, what do you mean lumped in?
Well, you don't want to. When you say
Wait,
I believe, when
Hold on a
you
second.
say
Hold on.
I believe, just one sec. When you say I believe in God, or and this is what I mean by God, and you describe the Christian God, you don't want to be lumped in with the anti-homosexual rhetoric of that doctrine.
I'm sorry, but I still don't quite specifically enough understand what you mean when you say lumped in.
Yeah, well, you don't want to be in the group of people that subscribe. You don't want to be in that group of people who think that those
I view
teachings.
all of humanity as my brothers and sisters, and actually, I view every living thing as related to me to some degree, and so I do want to be lumped in with them to the degree that they're our fellow living, breathing people that are also trying to survive, and just by their existence, they help me to survive, whether they want to or not.
Okay, I'm talking about this specific claims that are made in the Bible that are anti-humanism, anti-human, like slavery.
Too much of anything.
Well, yeah, any level of slavery is any level of owning another person's property is bad.
Existence and mortality enslaves us all.
Existence in mortality.
No, existence and mortality.
Oh, existence and mortality enslaves us all. I wouldn't describe it that way.
No, they each enslave us.
They each enslave us? I don't think it's an enslavement. We get to experience pleasure when there's a very minuscule chance that we would have ever been able to experience pleasure.
You don't feel enslaved by the inevitability of your death?
No.
Why not? I do.
Yeah, I guess the inevitability of my death, I don't see death as an enslavement, like the ending of my life as an enslavement. I just look at it as just part of the process.
Do you then believe in an afterlife?
No, there's no evidence to suggest that anything.
Why do you not fear death?
Why do I not fear death? Because I understand that I'm just another ape on this planet, and there's been millions upon millions of apes that have lived before me, and there will be millions after me, and I just think having my fundamental worldview is about maximizing well-being. But if someone's going to ask me what is the purpose of life, if I'm to give a general statement for all of humanity, I will say pleasure. It's just to experience pleasure. And, at a certain point, I won't be able to experience that anymore because I will be dead. So...
that's a woefully unspecific definition of what life is about.
Well, that's because life is unspecific. We can the best.
It isn't quite that unspecific, though. It's not just about seeking pleasure. It's also about avoiding pain.
No, I didn't say seeking pleasure. It's our. We don't. I'm not convinced that we have this control that people like to say that we have any aspect of free will. It's just the processes of our neurology and the chemistry that's going on in our brain
are free will?
That we do not have any free will.
LOL.
LOL?
We absolutely do have free will.
Demonstrate it if you're going to make that claim.
We aren't as free as we imagine ourselves to be. That does not mean that we are unfree.
Demonstrate that we can.
We are free in proportion. We are free in the same ratio to our unfreedom as our power's ratio to the power of the universe.
So you can demonstrate that we have free will.
Absolutely, I can. Just like you can demonstrate that we don't.
Well, I would say I hold the. I'm saying we don't from like the position of we almost certainly don't.
No.
But the burden of proof.
We mostly don't, but partially do.
Okay, but if you're going to claim that we partially do, see, you're adding a positive claim into the conversation. What I'm saying is that the default position is knowing nothing, right?
No.
No, wait. Just bear with me for.
I am a Gnostic.
Just bear with me for a second though. That when you're born, you don't have knowledge, right?
Incorrect.
What do you think? You think you're born with knowledge?
Absolutely, you're programmed with reams of it.
You're programmed with reams of knowledge when you're born?
Well, no, when you gestate.
When you gestate? Define it.
In the womb, you are programmed with all of the knowledge that is inherent in your genetic code, and
that's not knowledge. That's not knowledge.
It translates into knowledge in the process of creating your brain inside a womb. Yes, it does.
Knowledge is true justified belief, brother.
Yeah, you come with a few of those to start. Yeah.
We don't. If you're going to claim that, you have to demonstrate it, because as far as we know, babies are not born with knowledge.
They know pain. They feel it before they're born.
Sure, but it's not.
Wait.
That's not knowledge.
So by saying sure, that's
no. I said that just because they feel pain doesn't mean they have knowledge.
Yes, it does. You're just not grappling with the definition of knowledge.
No, knowledge is true justified belief, or justified true belief.
What is this nonsense you're saying?
This is epistemology 101.
Yeah, true justified belief. You're just missing how it's true and justified and a belief. How do any of those things not apply to the experience and the knowledge of pain?
Babies cannot have beliefs.
They can believe that pain is bad. Yes, they can.
No, they can't. They don't have the function to apply what a belief is. They don't.
Can you define that function?
Pre-born baby, before they're born, babies believe that pleasure is good and pain is bad.
Can you define that function, Travis? Because that's, that kind of matters. Define your function, please. # define your function.
No, they don't believe it. Even if there is an instinctual process happening, it doesn't mean they have founded beliefs.
And can you define the boundary between an instinct and a belief?
Yes, but beliefs are demonstrable. Like, we can demonstrate what one believes.
Instincts are not demonstrable?
No, I didn't claim that.
Well, then I asked you to define the boundary between them. What makes them different?
Well, the difference between, beliefs are a label we put on that about something that someone's been convinced of. You don't just claim what you believe. You actually become convinced of what you believe. So you can't convince a baby of anything. A baby is just operating on.
You seem to be claiming that in order to believe something, you have to be convinced that it is true.
Yes, you don't just choose what you believe. You become convinced. Now, if someone's to say, like, just to make it.
And why is your genetic?
Just wait a sec.
Invalid.
If someone is just to say randomly, like, I believe that rock is Jesus. It's like there's a difference between saying that and actually someone being convinced that the rock is Jesus.
Your instincts are merely your ancestors convincing you of things.
No, instincts are not what they just decide. Instincts are passed through genetics, and
like I
that
said,
that evolves over millions and millions of years. But it's not like consciously being passed on. That's not the way genetics work.
You haven't demonstrated that consciousness is a necessary aspect of the terms that we're using.
I didn't make the claim that consciousness.
Well, then what is the relevance of saying it's not consciously being anything?
Well, because you were proposing that ancestors are passing this on, or you used a different term.
I didn't say they did it on purpose.
Okay. Um, it sounded like you were implying that they're I forget the word that you used, but you used some kind of word that it made it sound like you were implying that they were consciously doing this.
Oh, I wasn't.
Okay. Well, anyways, dude, I'm going to wrap it up here, but I really appreciate your call, and I just got to get back to the chat, and I hope you call in again.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Sorry to take up so much of your time.
It was good. It was awesome, and again, I really appreciate the super chats. Thanks.
Yep, my pleasure.
Have a good one.
Good night.
Good night. That's awesome. Let's give our man. Oh, what was his name again? I'm trying to pull up my Skype, but okay, we had a good run there. Where are we at? We're at 10:15. Belk says, this is a ridiculous fucking conversation. Instincts are not beliefs. They are chemical reactions programmed. Yeah, I mean programmed meaning by evolution. Yes, you're right. But this has been awesome, guys. I think we're going to probably end.
There is no qualitative difference between programming and teaching. So, obviously, I'm right and you're wrong. Suck it.
End the stream there. We've been going, how long have we been going here? 2 hours and 30 minutes. I think we'll end it there, guys. I really appreciate all of the super chats. I appreciate you guys engaging in the war of ideas here. There's been some awesome stuff. I love all the conversations that are going on. Please remember to subscribe. Follow me on Twitter at @thepangburn. Check out thewarofideas.org. It's our new online publication, still in beta testing. Become a member there, hang out, post in the forum, post in the battlefield. What else? And the Dillahunty versus D'Souza conversation will be out soon. So I hope you guys are excited for that. It's a good one. Anyways, thank you guys so much for tuning in. We'll do another one of these watch parties next week, and I'll give you guys a bit more time so you can plan to be there if you like. Again, like this stream, and I appreciate you guys a lot. And let art, as always, let art and science inspire. Thank you. Good night.
campaign is being very strategic, and there is a lot to learn about what they're doing. I think there are ways they can improve the message. I think there are ways they have already improved the message. So this ad, I believe, is playing in Florida. It might be playing elsewhere as well. I think there are 6 states that vote next Tuesday. And this ad, I know, is playing in Florida. I'm not sure if they targeted it to any other states, but they may have. And those decisions are made based on a lot of information, a lot of data as to how the ads would play in certain places. But anyway, here's the ad. It's Bernie is now taking a page out of Warren's book and taking a page out of Bloomberg's book. And, I mean, Biden's whole campaign has been based on this. He's showing everybody here, whoa. They're all saying, oh, Obama loves them, Obama's wonderful. Okay, that's who. Take a look.
Bernie is somebody who has the virtue of saying exactly what he believes. Great authenticity, great passion, and is fearless. Bernie served on the Veterans Committee, got bills done. I think people are ready for a call to action. They want honest leadership who cares about them. They want somebody who's going to fight for them. And you will find it in Bernie. That's where I feel the burn. I'm Bernie Sanders, and I approve this message.
Now, that ad is made to appeal to normie Democrats in places where populism struggles a little bit. Now, where does populism work? Populism works in any area that is middle class or lower income. The only places in the country where populism doesn't work are upper middle class and upper income folks. Those are the only demographic groups that are non-responsive to populism. So we have to be intelligent moving forward, particularly because Bernie is struggling with a couple demographic groups now that all the votes are coming in. In the polls, he wasn't, but in reality, he is underperforming among like normie Democrats, suburbanites. All the suburbanites are going to Biden right now. Rural white voters and older black voters. That's who he's struggling with. He's doing phenomenally well with young people. He's doing phenomenally well with Latinos. But he's struggling in some very clear demographics. And so in Florida, there are a lot of that demographic that Bernie has not appealed to. So you have to craft a message that's going to make them realize what I've been screaming for the past few days, which is, whoa. Bernie's the more electable candidate. Biden's not electable. Bernie's the moderate. He's the centrist. Joe Biden is the extremist with the Iraq war and Social Security cuts and the outsourcing deals. So, it's important that people understand that, because a lot of the polls show almost everybody agrees with Bernie on the substance, but then they hesitate in voting for him. So they need that permission. It's okay. Go ahead. And Barack Obama, even though, in my opinion, and we can get into it, but even though, in my opinion, he has a very mixed record, his approval rating is over 60% in the country. His approval rating with Democrats is preposterously high. So this is Bernie saying to people, whoa, hold on here. This idea that I'm I'm unelectable and I'm scary and I'm extreme. Well, did you think Barack Obama was extreme? Because he's a fan. So that's what he's doing there. Now, in terms of Barack Obama's record, I think I've done my best to be as objective as possible and as nuanced as possible when talking about his record. So there are plenty of good things that Barack Obama did. Normalizing relations with Cuba was 100% correct. The Iran deal was 100% correct. And we're seeing what happens when an administration goes in the opposite direction right now. With the neocon war hawks leading the Trump administration, we're on a war footing with Iran. I hate that. In his second term in office, Barack Obama kept freeing nonviolent drug offenders. That was good. He raised the minimum wage for federal workers. That was good. So he's done some things that are good. But it's also true that, he bailed out Wall Street, which he shouldn't have done. He bailed out GM, which is good, but he bailed out Wall Street, which he definitely shouldn't have done. He stacked his administration with people from Citigroup, from a list that Citigroup gave him, which is unacceptable. He made a strong percentage of the Bush tax cuts permanent. Now, thankfully, a lot of those tax cuts were on the lower end, so it's not as egregious as it sounds. But yes, in many ways, he was not good. He increased our wars. He ran on getting out of at least Iraq, and by the time he got out of office, we were bombing 8 countries. So, that's horrendous, and that's unacceptable. He also was pushing TPP. He wanted to do another trade deal, which would have further decimated manufacturing in this country. So, and guys, listen, that's one of the reasons why this ad is running in frickin' Florida and it's not running in Michigan. In Michigan, Bernie's talking about how, hey, I opposed all those trade deals and Biden supported them. So, the struggle that Bernie Sanders has now is appealing to the groups that are now breaking late for Biden. Because remember, all the suburbanites were split. Okay, I like Amy Klobuchar. Okay, I like Mayor Pete. Okay, I like Biden. I like Bloomberg. But now with all of them gone, unfortunately, they are coalescing behind Biden. Now, I wouldn't have known that was possible because the dude literally has dementia, so I would have thought many of them would stay home or some of them would go to Bernie or whatever it may be. But no, they're all going to Biden. So it's not enough for Bernie to just shore up his base. He also has to expand the coalition, get back those rural whites that he's lost, and get some suburbanites, which is why Crystal Ball of Rising did a segment the other day saying, hey, listen, you might not like it, but if Bernie were to give the VP to Elizabeth Warren's demographic are the college-educated liberals, the suburbanites. That's who Bernie needs to bring to the coalition. So even though with everything she's done and really, put her middle finger up to the progressive base, that would be a move that would kind of help out, demographically speaking. So there are all these. It's a difficult thing to do now because what I think is the case, and I don't know this for sure, just to be clear, but what I think is the case is that Bernie's team was banking on a similar thing happening in the Democratic primary as happened in the 2016 GOP primary, which is there are too many establishment figures splitting the establishment vote for any of them to do well. But what the Democratic establishment proved at the last minute is that they're actually a hell of a lot more organized than the Republican establishment was in 2016. And that's why they all dropped out at the last minute and endorsed Biden. By the way, there's reports that Obama made the phone calls to Mayor Pete and to Amy Klobuchar and said, listen, we got ourselves a little bit of a predicament here, if you know what I'm saying. So maybe you drop out and throw your support behind this guy and we'll make you an offer you can't refuse. The mafia boss of the Democratic Party, and cleared that path for Biden. So they're more organized, and now Bernie has a tougher path because if the race stayed as is, let's say Mayor Pete and Amy Klobuchar stayed in for Super Tuesday, the original prediction for Super Tuesday would have held up, which is namely Bernie's worst case scenario was winning 8 states out of 14 contests, which would put him on path to a plurality where nobody else could get a plurality. And maybe even he would win more than 8 states, which would put him on pace to a majority. They didn't want to roll the dice on that. They wanted to still make it possible that somebody else could win a plurality. This guy. So that's what we're up against, just so everybody understands. That's what we're up against. And they cleared the path. Biden got a lot of that support. And so Bernie's in a tough predicament because he has to try to get some of the normie Democrats on his side to win from here. And so the message needs to be just right. And that's what he's trying to do with this Obama ad. And and I like it. And he should have run it earlier against Biden. He should have gone negative on Biden earlier, even though they had data saying that, hey, that might not be the best move because you don't want to alienate the people who might come to Bernie. But now you're in a primary. Now it's one-on-one. You definitely have to do it. You have to make the distinctions. And listen, the other thing is that the next debate can't come quick enough. Can't come quick enough. Because, Bernie's going to destroy Biden. He can't speak in coherent sentences. What do you think's going to happen? Alienate the people who might come He's a pretty solid debater. But now you're in a primary. Now it's one-on-one. You definitely have to do it. You have to make the distinctions. And listen, the other thing is that the next debate can't come quick enough. Can't come quick enough. Because, Bernie's going to destroy Biden. He can't speak in coherent sentences. What do you think's going to happen? Alienate the people who might come He's a pretty solid debater. But now you're in a primary. Now it's one-on-one. You definitely have to do it. You have to make the distinctions. And listen, the other thing is that the next debate can't come quick enough. Can't come quick enough. Because, Bernie's going to destroy Biden. He can't speak in coherent sentences. What do you think's going to happen? Alienate the people who might come He's a pretty solid debater. A couple issues with him here and there, but he's a pretty good debater. Ask Hillary Clinton. A guy who was supposed to win 0 states won 22. Got like 47% of the vote. That doesn't happen willy-nilly. And, Biden used to be a good debater, but now he's a shell of his former self. So I hope that next debate comes quickly. But Bernie's team is being intelligent. They're being strategic. And now I like what I see. I wish this would have started a little bit earlier, though.
Sex education. The conversation that animals in zoos refuse to let you not have. Now, with some kids going back to school next week, it is guaranteed that at some point over the next school year, you'll hear stories like this.
Local parents were outraged tonight over the pictures that their children saw in sex ed class.
Some parents say that the material, which includes descriptions of sex acts and infections, is simply too graphic for middle schoolers.
A father is upset after his 13-year-old showed him a poster hanging on a classroom door, a poster listing sex acts.
Parental anger over sex ed is as much a staple of the school year as square pizza and one kid coming back from summer vacation with a mustache he's way too proud of. That's a ghost mustache, Lewis. It looks like a real mustache died on your face. So we tried this week to find out what sex ed looks like in America right now. But that turns out to be a surprisingly difficult question to answer. Now, in the past, depending on how old you are, sex education may have been little more than watching films like this.
Every so often I get a strong sex urge, and the only way I can take care of it is to masturbate.
George, I'm really pleased that you can tell me about this. Perhaps it's because we've known each other for so long.
My name is Johnny Stent. For me, it all started when I went bowling with Judy today. I should have known something was different as soon as she got a strike. She's usually such a rotten bowler.
So what's so different about you?
I got my first period today.
What's the big deal?
It means that blood is flowing out of my uterus.
What? Okay. First, that is some incredible misinformation. Menstrual blood is not some sort of uterine HGH that makes you amazing at bowling. And second, and this is true, the young man in that video is Jonathan Banks, Mike from Breaking Bad. And if that video does not provide the basis for the prequel to Better Call Saul, I'm going to be extremely disappointed. Teaching sex ed in schools is really important for obvious reasons. No parent wants to talk to their kids about sex, and no kid wants to talk about sex with their parents. That is why, when you're watching a movie together and there's a sex scene, everyone becomes motionless and silently begs for the merciful release of death. And kids have good questions that need good answers. The Times recently ran an article with a slideshow of questions kids wrote on cards to a sex educator, including, why is the boy's penis shaped like an arrow?
And finally,
Finally, new rule, Democratic candidates have to stop telling me who they will not take money from. Money from bad people? I don't care if they're bad. I just want to know if their money is good. Democrats always living in the world that ought to be, rather than the one that is. My campaign is funded by the people. Well, great, but I got some bad news for you. The people are broke. Bernie Sanders does the best among Democrats, raising $46 million in February, but in the same period, the Republicans raised $86 million, some of it from Americans. Because Trump will take money from anyone. Super PACs, corporate lobbyists, drug dealers, Russian mobsters, foreign dictators. He will and has stolen money from his own charities. Meanwhile, Democrats are competing to see not who can attract the most donors, but to see who can refuse the most. Because they're pure losers. Bernie Sanders brags that he accepts no money from corporate PACs, super PACs, fossil fuels, insurance, drug companies. No, sirree. If you want to give Sanders money, you had better be able to prove you don't have any. Elizabeth Warren once boasted that a college student came up to her and said they had a total of $6 to their name, but wanted to give Warren $3. And she took it. She took half from a person who had $6. This isn't purity, it's vanity. It's unilateral disarmament. It's bringing a hug to a gunfight. In 2008, nobody took more money from Wall Street than Obama. And then he got elected and passed the biggest Wall Street reform in generations. He made Elizabeth Warren's plan, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, a reality. So, when he ran for re-election, Wall Street was pissed and did not give him nearly as much. But he took what they gave, and then he fucked them again. This is how you play the game. Call him impure, a corporatist, a moderate. Fact is, he did more to rein in Wall Street than all the peacocking comment board socialists combined. And I don't care which old white guy we wheel into the Oval Office. If Trump can take money from criminals and foreign governments, you can take it from Aetna. And here's a little secret about economics. When you take money from bad people, the biggest Wall Street reform in generations. He made Elizabeth Warren's plan, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, a reality. So, when he ran for re-election, Wall Street was pissed and did not give him nearly as much. But he took what they gave, and then he fucked them again. This is how you play the game. Call him impure, a corporatist, a moderate. Fact is, he did more to rein in Wall Street than all the peacocking comment board socialists combined. And I don't care which old white guy we wheel into the Oval Office. If Trump can take money from criminals and foreign governments, you can take it from Aetna. about economics. When you take money from bad people, it combined. And I don't care which old white guy we wheel into the Oval Office. If Trump can take money from criminals and foreign governments, you can take it from Aetna. And here's a little secret about economics. When you take money from bad people, it's money that they, the bad people, don't have. You see? It's not a donation at all. It's a fine. But Democrats, they don't just reject money. They return it. Warren and Cory Booker gave back their donations from Harvey Weinstein. Why? The money didn't rape anybody. Because it's money. It doesn't know where it came from. For fuck's sake, it's money, not kale. Bernie loves to say my average donation is $18. But that's also a donor class. Half the adults in this country live around the poverty level. They can't afford to be part of this feel-good grassroots fundraising system, so none of it is pure. The only fair solution is complete public financing of campaigns. But until that happens, get off your high horse about wine caves and billionaires who want to help. Purists keep saying, you can't buy an election. I say against Trump, please do. Not to sound like a trophy wife, but Mike Bloomberg's money is very attractive to me. He's promised to spend billions on whoever is the Democratic nominee. That's a really good offer. Even if you hate him, think of it as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to watch the world's 9th richest man spend a fortune to elect a socialist. Oh, but wait, Bernie says if he's the nominee, he's not taking a dime from Bloomberg. Really? Really? In an election we have all agreed is existential? You couldn't use $1 billion war chest? Bloomberg's money wasn't dirty when it was changing gun politics or getting tons of women elected or taking on climate change. He spent $40 million on 24 House races in 2018, and the Democrats won 21 of them. So maybe stop badgering the guy every 5 minutes because he told a blowjob joke in 1980. Be nice. He's paying or offering to for the election. Let him, just so I don't have to see any more of these mass text messages from candidates acting like they know me. Hey, Bill. Get the fuck out of here. You don't know me like that. I got one from Biden the other day that just said, hey, you up? So, you say some of the people donating to Democrats are bad. I say, here's how we know they're good. Because they're giving you money to beat this guy. He is the Golden Globe-winning actor who currently stars in HBO's Succession. Please welcome Brian Cox. Brian. Okay. You got it. All right, it's cool. So great to meet you.
Lovely to meet you.
Really?
I did meet you many, many years ago, but you probably don't remember.
I don't. I was stoned. I was so stoned.
You were, actually. I remember. I could feel the walk across me.
Yeah.
It was, I did a thing called Nuremberg, and I won an Emmy, and you sat behind me.
I was just gonna. It's so funny. I was gonna say to you, I first became aware of you from when you played Goring.
That's right. Yeah.
And then that had to be like 25 years ago.
That was a long time.
Something like that. And I swear to God, I said that is a riveting actor. And when you got this part on Succession, and look, I'm a fan of Netflix. I've said this before. I know those guys, and I certainly may need them someday. So I don't ever want to piss them off. No, but I love Netflix. But like Netflix has 1,000 shows. Oh yeah, I want to see that. HBO always has one show where like I am so dying to see that one, and your show is that show. Sorry for touching you.
No, you touch me. I agree with you about this whole thing.
Yeah, it's crazy. Excuse me. Just because I don't want to touch my face, that's making me crazy.
I can't touch anything.
But I mean, it's and you know, I know they've said the character in Succession is Murdoch, but it seems more Trump to me because
I think he's more intelligent than Trump.
Way more intelligent.
Way more intelligent than Trump.
But what they have in common is that you hate him for what he does, but there is something that people like about balls. The sheer balls on. It must be fun to play a guy.
Yeah.
First of all, to be a leading man at your age.
At my age.
But especially one
become a sex symbol as well.
Really? You're getting laid on that.
No.
You know, you have some fans.
I was doing a thing presenting for the new season, and my wife was sitting next to somebody out in the audience, and I came on, and this woman who was sitting next to my wife, she said, "Oh, that Brian Cox, he's so hot."
There you go.
And my wife said, "Thank you." I agree. And she was so embarrassed. "Oh, I'm so sorry," she said.
But
no, it's a great role. You know, you have to wait nearly 60 years before you get a role like that, and it's a fantastic.
But
role.
again, I got to say, HBO. Like you think about James Gandolfini, in Sopranos, or Steve Buscemi in Boardwalk Empire. Nobody else would cast. Would cast these people, but they're riveting and they are sexy. That's amazing. So I read left home at 11.
No, that's exaggeration. I left home at I was on the cusp of my 15th birthday. I was on 14.
Still ridiculous.
Yeah.
I mean, in America, mean, we don't let them like go to school.
Well, I never left home. I just went to work. That was all. You know.
Oh. I got very bad information.
No. I did not. Well, actually, my home left me because of family circumstances, so I was pretty on my own.
And that's the Scottish way?
It's the way of poverty. Actually, that's what it's about.
And that made you a socialist?
Of course. Yeah, of course. I'm proud of it. You know, and subsequently, really a social democrat. And subsequently, thank you. And subsequently, a supporter of my country, Scotland, which is
as a separate country.
Because it's been, because it's been treated like a shit pile for long enough.
So was my ancestors Ireland?
Well, I'm a Micmac, which is an Irish Scot.
Well, we're the same people. They're
the
Celtic
same people.
We
are, and we have that. We have all those memories in our DNA.
I don't think people realize that when the English conquered your country and my old country, they were conquering countries where people did not speak English.
That's right.
Isn't that like they think they were kind of a kindred spirit anyway?
That's right.
The Irish didn't speak English in 1850.
No.
And the Scots, you still can't understand them.
No.
Really? No. It's a different language.
Absolutely. No, it's. I mean, you know, it came to me because when I grew up, when I was a kid, and I live on a place. I grew up in a town called Dundee, which is my hometown, and I used to look at the River Tay, and I couldn't wait to get across it, and I did get across it, and then in those days it was North Britain. That's what it was, because we had been through 2 wars, so that and the Scots had been like cannon fodder, particularly in the First World War, and the Second World War it was pretty even Steven all around, but we had found ourselves, and our country had been taken away from us at an earlier time when we lost our parliament. So, and then we had, the famous Culloden and all of that. But our independence had gone, and we've always been treated very feudally. And that still goes on.
You have a great accent because there's a hint of it, but not enough to go, what the fuck is he talking about? But, but let me ask you about this. You must have went through Brexit.
Horrible.
Okay. But I feel like Brexit was a harbinger of what was going to happen in this country, and we didn't pay attention because it was soon after that Donald Trump got elected, and it was, and you have Boris Johnson, who looks like Donald Trump.
And he's a liar.
Yeah, very much.
The world is ruled by liars.
Well,
Netanyahu in Israel, liar. Russia, liar.
Okay, politicians are generally liars. It's to a degree.
Well, occasionally you get a good one. Occasionally you come along.
A good liar or a good politician?
Both.
Okay, but what I'm asking you is, the Labour Party just lost a tremendous election. They ran a guy named Jeremy Corbyn. Yeah. Show the picture. He looks just like Bernie Sanders, and he's a 70-something socialist. Yeah. And they thought, oh, you know what? The working class is going to love this guy. He was promising the same thing as Bernie Sanders is promising. Big social programs, taxes on the rich to pay for it, and the working class saw it as pie in the sky and said, no thanks, you lost the worst defeat since 1935.
It's terrible, but then that's also partly to do with the whole little India mentality, and also a mentality which, by the way, I better take these bloody glasses off, sorry about that. What happened, it's an interesting thing. His policies were interesting policies, but he has the charisma of a failed geography teacher.
Which one are we talking about?
Both.
All right.
Well, actually, Trump wouldn't understand anything about geography, but I'm talking about Corbyn. But what I think was really interesting is that his policies weren't bad. They were good policies. But the problem was he couldn't sell them. And the problem was that we are so it's so interesting. See what happened. Areas which were totally socialist for such a long time. Areas, by the way, in which in the last 10 years, due to austerity, particularly in that area, from the Tories, the death rate of women increased. It increased. Women were dying at a much earlier age than they had done previously. And that's because of conservative austerity. And that is and it was crazy to me that they didn't bite on the bullet. They didn't say, oh, let's go with it. Because the geography teacher couldn't sell it.
Damn, that nigga sucks ass.
I will not be running through the audience high-fiving. I'm kidding. I never did that pandering bullshit ever. But I do appreciate you being here, for crying out loud. There's a lot of people. There's people all over this country who are canceling going to shows. I don't know what it'd be like to have to do a show if nobody was here. It'd be so awkward to have to pump in the sound of liberals pretending to be outraged at me. California has officially declared a state of emergency about the coronavirus, but Disneyland is still open. Really? So, pack yourself in with strangers from all over the world and ride a log. A ride literally called Splash Mountain. Don't touch your face. Just explain their new slogan, Disneyland. It will leave you breathless. to touch your face really makes you want to touch your face. Have you noticed that? I mean, Jesus fucking Christ, could they get off this face thing every day? Don't touch this, don't touch your face. It's like my face meets with my hand. They got me crazy. Yesterday I made a sandwich with my elbows. Jesus. Get a grip, people. The experts this week said, yeah, the way not to touch your face, they said, keep your hands busy. This is just what teenage boys need to hear, isn't it? What are you doing in there? I'm warding off the coronavirus. Also, it's just panic. Whenever there's a threat, any kind, I understand this toilet paper, right? First thing to sell out because people are scared shitless. It's terrible. You can't even get it in stores now. There's even a new song about it by that band Panic at the Costco. But don't worry about it because Donald Trump, MD, Trump University School of Medicine, is on the case. This man, he's a fountain of misinformation. This week he said it's okay for people infected with the virus to go to work. Which raises the question, can you get it from pulling stuff out of your ass? Is that the way you get the virus? That's my face. And also, Trump said he had a hunch. He said he had a hunch that the virus wasn't as bad as the World Health Organization says. So on the one side, you have the World Health Organization. On the other side, you have a guy who stared at an eclipse. But I tell you, politics, whoa, right? The difference a week makes. We were here 1 week ago. There were 7 people in the Democratic primary. Now it is a 2-man race between Bernie Sanders, a Democratic socialist, and Joe Biden, the guy from the Naked Gun movies. So, boy, don't tell Biden that he's fallen and he can't get up, because this guy keeps coming at you. I mean, you know that he's been running for president since 1988? I'm serious. 1988. Air Supply was a band. Now it's what Joe needs when he gets to the top of the stairs. Okay, all right. But the big story, Bernie's young voters did not show up. The smell of victory was Old Spice, not Axe body spray. Kids, I guess kids are kids, After the polls closed on Tuesday, trending on Twitter was a hashtag, oh, that was today? So there's talk. I think this is crazy. I don't think it's going to happen. There is talk that Bernie and Biden might team up for a 156-year-old ticket. They already have the slogan, 4 more months.
At least you saved the best one, the only good one, for the last. In fact, let me watch that overtime one more time. That was a fucking good overtime. Hello.
Okay, here we are. Rachel, will the Democrats be able to take back the Senate in 2020? What's your prediction on that, the Senate? Because if we don't get the Senate, then it's all kind of moot.
So now that the socialist prospect has been vanquished and the party will not be running against itself, which is a really critical element, yes, Colorado and Maine are definitely flipping, as will Arizona. So the question is...
Wait, which ones are flipping?
Colorado, Maine, and Arizona.
Okay.
And so when my forecast for the House and the Senate come out, we'll be talking about at least 6 House seats in addition to the ones they gained in 2018. But that's because they didn't understand in this new environment where to spend money. It's in these realigning suburbs, which are, by the way, realigning because of the millennial generation who are now 40. They're balding. They own houses.
Right.
They're not college kids. And they were sitting on their ass not voting before, but now they're freaked out, okay? And so when we look at the suburban revolution, it's not Republican women singing Kumbaya and having like buyer's remorse. In fact, if you look at my analyses, which I really urge you guys to do, anyone who's hearing this, please do, you're going to see Republicans are stoked on Donald Trump. They love what this man is doing. They're not disaffected. They showed up. They increased their turnout in 2018.
Damn straight, I love what Trump is doing. Continue.
And Democrats are actually flipping seats because of independents and Democrats who are changing the composition of the electorate. They're making it less white, younger, more female, and better educated, and that's what's saving America.
Okay, Brian, as someone raised with Britain's National Health Service, why do you think some Americans are so hesitant to embrace Medicare for all?
I have no idea. I think the National Health Service is phenomenal. And each each government tries to screw it up by appalling middle management, and it's the middle management that's done the job, not the people on the ground, not the nurses, not the doctors, but the management that's been shit. And
but now doctors in England are paid a salary, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, that's going to be a tough sell in America.
Well, of course, everything's a tough sell here.
Right. I'm just.
So what's new?
Right. No, but
I mean, and the idea of a National Health Service, it was started by Clem Attlee and Aaron Bevan, two great politicians. Attlee probably being the greatest prime minister I think we ever had. And
right after Churchill?
He was right after Churchill. He managed the country while Churchill was doing the war. That was the interesting thing about him. And he was very quiet. Very quiet man. But anyway, I think the National Health Service is they try to destroy it. They'll try and sell it. They'll try to do everything, particularly the Tories. But it still goes on. And that's great.
Ross, is the coronavirus the kind of event that could force us out of our state of decadence, which, of course, is the subject of your book?
That's a terrific question. Thank you, Mom. So I mean, it's a little weird because I'm out promoting this book about how we're stuck in these loops of, decaying institutions and stalemated politics and the same Star Wars movies over and over again. And I'm doing this while the coronavirus is basically sweeping through and putting it all to the torch. So, yeah, I can say definitively, pandemics are not decadent. They're really bad, but they're definitely not decadent. But it is a test for, what I was talking about earlier, basically the institutional failure at every level that we've had in response to it. That is decadence. That's what decadence looks like. And more than you, I think it's going to be worse than the flu. I think.
What's going to be worse than the flu? The coronavirus? It could be. What are you basing that on?
Italy, mostly, Iran, even South Korea, the best containment we've got, has a fatality rate of 0.6, and the flu is 0.1. So that's for every person you said dies of the flu every year, which is too many. You could have 6 people dead, which is hundreds of thousands of people. So
I think there's a debate about that. I don't think you're.
Well, that's the low end. That's the low end. The WHO
read today that it's the people most to worry about this, of course, are over 80 number, and even among 80, it's 1 out of 6. What?
Really?
Yeah.
Go on.
Now, if I was 80 and I still had 6 to 1 odds to live through this thing,
Go to the casino on that.
That's not the worst when you're 80. We have death. Part of decadence, I think, is that people. It's always about victim of your own success. You think of the French, kings in the time of Louis XIV. Everything was just nothing. They couldn't stand any sort of pain. They sat on thousands of pillows. That's where we are now.
Yeah.
People sitting on thousands of pillows.
Absolutely right.
But pandemics are. Pandemics are worse than that.
They are. But It's not the black plague.
Yeah,
I'm not
true.
rooting
Yeah.
for it.
Right.
Let me be clear. I am against the coronavirus. Let me say I have always been against the coronavirus, and I owe it. Check my record. Stop lying about my record, Ross Dalton.
Also on the campaign list.
Oh,
Don't
Jesus.
do. Yeah. But yeah.
Okay.
Well, what does the coronavirus do to the campaign, though? How do you put that into a
you know,
model?
Trump is so screwed, right? Because it's going to totally fuck the economy.
Everybody says that. Everything that happens, and he's never screwed.
Oh, no. He is definitely not helped with this. And you can see that in his total panic. His total panic. Yeah. The one thing that he had is that decadence, right? He had all of these rich people who were able to say, well, I've got my conservative judges who will one day redefine American citizenship so our minority population can hold on to power. And I have money, right, from the stock market. Well, my parents are living off of retirement funds. They lost like 40% of their stock.
You said his mouth lost $2 trillion?
100%.
Just what he said.
100%. That
More
press
above what it would have been.
Okay, look, I'm a clear-eyed money manager running 11.
Yes, you are. You like money.
I do. I watch.
And you have a lot of it.
I watched that guy's press conference.
Yes.
Forget my politics or anything else. I said, okay, the market is going to sell off on this because it's science. You want to say that the Trump Tower condominium is 10,000 square feet when it's 1,000? No problem, okay? You can't lie about the science, okay? You can't. You hit the science right in the bullseye. That costs, and then he opened his mouth on Sean Hannity's show, and that costs another $1 trillion.
I mean, they canceled South by Southwest. I mean, that's a huge. This is going to have an
That's an
impact.
upside, though.
It's
I mean, surely
going to be a silver
there's
lining.
got to be a silver
So
lining.
here, in my research, like economy, right? People argue, oh, Trump's in this great position because the economy is strong. Bullshit, right? In the old days, the economy mattered. So Carvel was right one time, but not anymore, right? But a bad economy on a guy that everyone hates, just ask Jimmy Carter how that went for him.
Not everyone. Not everyone in America hates. That's a little bubblicious.
It's about 43%, and he's going to get about 47%. So the question will be, can the Trump team make enough not Trump voters vote against their own interest? Right.
Certainly you've made my point, not everyone. What are your thoughts, panel, on Bill Clinton saying in the new documentary, I guess this came out today, that his affair with Monica Lewinsky was a way of, quote, managing my anxieties?
And let you take that one.
This is addressed to you, but I put it to the whole
Lucky
panel.
you.
I don't know why you...
You know, I assume it's taken out of context. It did seem to address his anxieties. He did very well, I know, as a president during that period. Sounds right to me.
I think it's indisputable. I think it really is indisputable. I think it really does help your anxiety.
He's back to the Bloomberg blowjob terminal.
Go ahead.
No, but I just think they would be better served as Democrats to stay out of the way right now. Why surface that and bring up the fact that he was impeached and all that other stuff? It just colors bad.
The Clintons never miss an opportunity.
Never
miss an opportunity
to speed bump.
Right.
For the Democrats.
But I just got to say.
strategy.
Now,
And
but
then
to say.
the symmetry of him getting impeached and plus the.
Yes.
Can I, for 1 second, channel Monica Lewinsky? And I don't think Monica likes me very much. May have done a few jokes in the past. I tried to when she came out a few years ago in Vanity Fair and wrote that. I tried to defend her, and then I saw her, and she was like, "Your defense was not good enough, or it was the wrong kind of defense." I was like, "Oh."
You're dead to her.
Yeah, but I just gotta say that the blindness of a man saying that I had this affair with this person, it was to manage my anxieties. How does that make her feel? It's just like a terrible thing to say. It reminds me of when people are with like their second wife,
right,
and they just go on, this is the love of my life, and I didn't live before I met her. It was the first wife.
Right.
How does she feel when she hears this? It's just they do this all the time.
And the Clintons are very blind to. They have a callousness to
them. They
them.
really do. This to me was very callous. It's like, manage my anxieties. Really? There's not a human being there?
was at least 5 or 6 credit cards I had to default on. I was really struggling for a while. My boss was like, "You need to check out Credit Karma. It's free." I'm like, "Perfect. If it's free, it's for me." When I first checked my credit score, I knew it was going to be low, but I didn't realize how bad it was going to be in the mid 500s. That's when I started reading all the little tips on Credit Karma about what cards to apply for and then how to use your credit limits so that you can build your credit. When I got approved for the first credit card, it was a very good feeling. I was like, holy moly, I hadn't had good credit for so long. I am now actually out looking to buy a home since I finally got approved for a mortgage. Cosmo is now 13 years old. I'm going to try to pick the best house for the two of us. I hope he's going to like it.
It's time for some game theory.
Well, that's what we're going to talk about. And I don't even mean this flippantly because you're a guy who tracks the right wing online. And you knew about, people who were like, the alt-right, all these crazy subcultures, everything else. And that would be over there. Did you see this guy? He sells protein shakes. Never happened. Sure. And then, 3 years later, that guy's like the deputy defense secretary in the Trump administration. And so. quintessentially anti-Semitic things about Bernie all the time and loves all of the worst Democrats on earth. Okay, whatever, fuck him. And then Rachel Maddow or somebody is just like, why that 39? It's an incredibly important point. So these things actually are getting processed through other media that you are aware of, even if you're not wasting time on Twitter, which should be abolished after we take over.
So, I want to run smart news. I was only watching news I agreed with. I was only getting news from social media. Now, I use smart news. It has news that matters. I trust smart news.
Download Smart News for free today.
Over 100 million Americans have a low credit score. Luckily, Self is here to help. Self is a new way to build credit that doesn't require a credit score or upfront deposit. As you save money every month in your credit builder account, Self helps establish positive payment history, which has the single biggest impact on your credit score. Plus, Self reports to all 3 credit bureaus. Download the app today.
Through some of these crazy anti-Bernie Sanders conspiracy theories. You've probably seen this one. It is insane. It is that Bernie Sanders apparently was a deadbeat dad. Because we all know.
Sorry, can't play baseball.
Well, it's a.
Sorry, I won't make the game. There's an anti-union.
Well, you know his famous policies. I want Medicare for all. I want free college tuition, and I want to make sure that single dads get custody of their children.
Excuse me, you misheard. Not custody and a tax subsidy, but not paying child support.
But it's.
Willow, sorry, I have some bad news. Very important peace protest that Dad's gonna need to go to for the next 10 months.
Why is your Bernie Sanders mixed with Hollywood Hulk Hogan?
I don't know how Hulk Hogan sounds, but it sounds like a good hybrid.
He's winning. Let me tell you something, brother. What you gonna do when Bernie Mania runs wild on you?
I do refer to my son as brother, so he does not feel so close to me as a father. Because I am what we call a deadbeat dad. No, this person put out...
I'm actually afraid of doing the Bernie Sanders Hulk Hogan connection, because the next thing you know, they're going to be saying that there's video of Bernie Sanders out there saying, I watched the Hulk Hogan tape, and I loved it. It was great.
He was expressing a working class rage.
All right, but this person has, and that's the other thing I wanted to hit on in the last couple of minutes, right, was when these people also attack Bernie for okay, he was not a deadbeat dad, that is a lie. He was somebody who was, not rich and putting his life together, which fucking repulsive to the electorate.
That's another thing they attack him for, the thing where he didn't have a job until he was 40 years old. Like Bernie Sanders was walking around Vermont, eating whatever he could find on the floor or something. Bernie Sanders, you want to know why the young people connect with Bernie Sanders? What Bernie Sanders was doing until he was 40 years old? He was taking part in the gig economy. There was no Uber or Lyft. There was no DoorDash, but Bernie Sanders was doing carpentry. He was out there doing repairs. He was out there teaching at schools, taking any odd job he could. What's the difference between Bernie Sanders doing that and people under the age of 40?
It happened. It just came out of nowhere. A bus. He was speeding and he rear-ended me. I'm lucky I was able to walk away from it. My car was demolished. I lost my job. I couldn't pay my credit cards or any of my loans or anything. It was boom, and felt like the whole world was crashing in on me.
who's out there driving an Uber, who's delivering food, that is what they're attacking. And they're attacking me when I worked at the majority bar with Sam Cedar because Sam couldn't afford to pay me a salary. I tricked him. I really could. That's actually why I take it most personally.
No, but it's absolutely true. No, that everything you said is right. And the contempt for Bernie is a proxy for how they hate people who work for him. That's all it is. In addition to needing to block him. And that was so good and so impassioned and fucked up by like, hey man, can I get a quarter? I'm trying to avoid my kid. Try to buy some used No Chomsky books and ditch my family.
Wait, hold on a second.
Do you think? Are you trying to Larry King me?
Hey, Cannon? How was the double header? Mookie Betts and David Price? They go with the Dodgers.
Come on, Larry, come on. We're doing a show.
Shut the fuck up, Ruben. I'm on the phone with my son, goddammit. I'm Larry goddamn King. The fuck's the Ruben Report? It's a podcast. Cannon, you want to do a podcast?
I think Larry would have had a heart attack, but that was the most alpha thing I've ever seen. Matt Binder, thank you so much.
Thank you.
You're gonna come back on at the end.
Party 2020.
You just watched a Michael Brooks show video. Subscribe to get them all. Why wouldn't you? Don't be foolish. Click subscribe below and become a patron as well. Patreon.com/TMBS. Thanks, everybody.
MIT, the conversation, I like that it came to me as if I'm going to be interviewing Cenk, but I'm not really interviewing Cenk. We're having a conversation just freely. Meaning I'm going to sit here and he's going to talk about his election.
We're having a conversation on the conversation.
We are. It's going to happen.
Right.
Like, this is not like one of those cheesy, like, here with us now is congressional candidate for California's 25th District, Cenk Uygur. Thank you for joining us, Cenk.
Why are you saying we did that before?
Yeah, because we had to legally. But anyway.
Okay. So, since I'm a former congressional candidate, we say anything we like. I want to talk about lessons learned from the race. I want to talk about the experience of the race. Was it good? Was it bad? Plenty of bad stuff, plenty of good stuff. So for those of you who don't know, I got walloped. Okay, did not win, and now all the results are not in. California is crazy. There's always 68% reporting. Okay, but we're not close to winning, so it's not like it's a nail biter. Right? I conceded last night, and I called Christie's team, and I told my supporters to support her. So first, let's talk about that. Okay. Hold on. Okay. So now, whenever you do this, you get criticism from both sides, including Casper, apparently.
Oh my God.
Okay, hold on.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So, it looks like Christy Smith's going to come in first, and I don't think they've even called it yet because it's only 68% reporting, but it looks like Mike Garcia is going to come in second. They're going to be the top two. They're going to go to the runoff. Mike Garcia is one of the Republicans in the race. So, why do I say support Christy Smith? Because it's like, wait, people say, oh, you're such a hypocrite because you said Christy Smith took all this money that's corrupting her. Yeah, she did, and she does, and I haven't changed my mind 1% on that. But do you think Mike Garcia doesn't? No, Mike Garcia takes the same money, if not more, if not worse, and he kisses Donald Trump's ass. He says Steve Knight, the other Republican in the race, was a never Trumper. Steve Knight voted with Donald Trump 99% of the time. So I don't get, like, it's a no-brainer. On the other hand, people say, you should have your folks volunteer for her, your supporters volunteer for her, and donate to her. No deal. And they'll say, oh my God, you're so not classy for doing that. No, I have a rule. I've never changed that rule, and I'm not changing this rule now. If someone in the Democratic Party takes corporate PAC money, then you've decided that's the direction you want to go. You got your corporate friends. You take money from them. If you're going to donate $1, you're going to donate hard-earned money from your life, you should give it to a progressive who's uncorrupted and does not take corporate PAC money. But it doesn't mean you don't vote for the corporate Democrat, because the other option is worse. I think that rule makes perfect sense, and so you tell me what's wrong with that rule. On both sides.
No, I get what you're saying, and I think that in any previous year I might have agreed with you, but knowing what I know about Christy Smith, knowing about the dirty games that she played, knowing about the acts of intimidation she engaged in to try to get you to drop out of that race, I can't in good conscience tell anyone to support her in any way, right? And I understand that, by refusing to tell people to support her, you create a situation in which Mike Garcia, a Republican, has the upper hand or has some advantage. This might be controversial. I don't care. I think they're both terrible people. I think they're both terrible candidates. And I don't really see as much of a distinction between the two as some might try to persuade me there is. I know too much about her. She's a terrible person. She will be an ineffective member of Congress. And I hold grudges. I wouldn't tell a single soul to support her, to vote for her. No way, no how. Period.
Yeah, look, Hannah, so if anyone should hold a grudge, it's me.
You don't. I don't understand you, and, I'm actually getting angry right now just thinking about it. Cenk is so insanely and unbelievably nice. Where does that come from?
Okay, hold on. So let's explain, right? So I keep it real. I told Katie Hill talked about it, so I felt free to talk about it. I'm not violating any, privacy in that sense. Katie Hill called me when she found out that I was running, and we had a nice conversation. She tried to say, hey, please get out of the race because we already handpicked Christy. I said, I don't mind you calling, but my answer is no, right? And then the last thing Katie said was, Cenk, let's not make it personal. So So she hung up the phone, then probably called Christie, and the very next thing that they did was they called all the press and said Cenk is a sexist, racist, bigot, anti-Muslim, anti-Semitic, you name it, right? Full-blown attack. And personal attack extraordinary. And then, of course, all the press, as they work for establishment Democrats, went along with that hatchet job. My God, if anybody's allowed to hold a grudge, it's me, right? And not only was that stuff not true, it was the opposite of the truth. And they knew they were smearing me, and they did it. By the way, Katie Hill, who's like, oh, I've been smeared. Hell, let's not make it personal, and then participates in that smear. Her boyfriend also smeared Wolfpack, and that pissed me off more than anything else.
Yeah, you're not helping her cause.
Okay.
So, yeah.
All right. But eyes on the effing prize. Okay. Now, in the case of Medicare for All, she's going to vote against it. She says she's going to vote against it. I hear you. But there are judges. There are other votes. And I'm not going to put somebody into office who's going to vote with Trump 100% of the time. I'm just not going to do it. So if I famously don't live in California 25. That's one of the reasons I didn't win. But if I could vote in that election, it's still a no-brainer for me. Despite all the dirty things that were done to me, I'd vote for Christie Smith in a second over Mike Garcia. I don't think that's a hard question at all.
Hello, everybody. In just a moment, I'm going to ask you to make a contribution.
Okay.
Okay.
She is not going to be a fighter against Donald Trump. She's just not.
No, I know
She's
that.
not going to advance anything that matters. She will serve as one of Nancy Pelosi's puppets. She better be careful, though. Any missteps, Christine, you better be a good girl. Any missteps, if you maybe happen to be in the middle of a nasty divorce and your husband puts nasty stuff out there about you, Nancy Pelosi will definitely stab you in the back, so you better be a good girl and a nice little puppet for the establishment, okay? No. I'm not telling anyone to vote for anyone in that race. Disgusting.
Okay.
Moving on.
All right, now let's move on, apparently.
She's a terrible person. It's not just about what she represents as a politician. Knowing what I know about her firsthand and the disgusting political games that she engaged in to try to destroy you and to try to intimidate people here at this place of work.
Yeah, I hear you. But look, that's standard. Obviously, I'm way more angry at the media than I am at Christie. So Christie takes the lobbyist money, the PAC money, and then at the end pretended, lied that she didn't. Okay, so she did an ad where she said, "Now I don't take a dime of corporate money." Now I know for a fact that I actually barely came on the Amateurs to talk about it. I think Amateurs covered me less than Allison Horson, Brad Welter, AOC, etc. during their run. But anyway, but I put it on Twitter, etc. All the PAC money that she took, they said, "Oh no, that's not corporate PAC. That's Steny Hoyer's PAC." Who do you think Steny Hoyer took that PAC money from? From corporations, Goldman Sachs, Bank of America, you name it. She took money, Christie did, from Jeff PAC. Jeff Dunham runs that PAC. He's a Republican, former congressman. That PAC has Koch brother money in. But to be fair, BCCC, that was the folks who spent $750,000 for Christie in the last week of the election. Number one donor to BCCC, Bain Capital. That's the money she used, and it's at the bottom of the ad, paid for by the BCCC, to say she doesn't take corporate money. It came from Bain Capital. Bain Capital paid for the ad where she claims she doesn't take corporate money. So I'm not going to lie on behalf of Christie Smith and say, no, now she's wonderful. Now that she's won, hey, we're all Democrats. Okay, Team me, and don't even put her. No, I don't. But the reason I'm saying don't put her picture up is because despite all that, it's not personal for me. It just isn't. I understand how that game was played, and it's systemic corruption. You think other people don't take BCCC money? You think other people don't take those don't do the money laundering PACs like Horace PAC, etc., and Nancy Pelosi's PAC? Almost all of them do it. So it's not like they're worse than Christie Smith or Christie Smith's worse than them. Christie Smith is just a very, very, very standard politician. And so between a standard Democrat and a standard Republican, I'll take the standard Democrat. But it doesn't make me happy about it. And that's why I'm trying to fix the system. That's why I ran in the first place. Because I wanted to give people a choice. So now let's talk about why I lost. Okay? So,
could it be because she and her campaign put out of context videos out there of you and tried to accuse you of
being pro-bestiality. Did that have anything to do with it?
Yeah.
Did it?
A little bit.
I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not personal. It's just politics. It's not personal. Yeah, okay.
Okay. So,
I hold grudges.
okay.
And I don't ask permission for it. So,
Okay. All right. I hear you. Look, again, that's why I'm more mad at it. And not just mad, but disappointed in the media. Because, so one side does political tricks. Okay, it's politics, right? But the media is supposed to be the refs. Okay, so is Jank's career defined by sexism and racism? If you know anything about my career, that's a laughable proposition. No actual reporter would report it that way. It doesn't mean that they cover up for anything that I might have said wrong. They might mention it, but they would, if there were 1% reporter, they would give it context. In fact, the best articles written about race were almost all from college newspapers because they were learning journalism as it's supposed to be, and they haven't been corrupted by the mainstream media yet. So they would give one side, they would give the other side, and they would give context. They would ask Christie supporters, but they'd also ask my supporters. Whereas the mainstream media, New York Times, LA Times, etc., they would only talk to Christie supporters and pretend they represented the whole district, right? And Christie would hand them the supporters. See, and sometimes they'd be staffers, okay? And the New York Times would be like, well, of course that's true. Here's the person who represents the community who works for Christie Smith, and write it down. Jake, I found a comment from 17 years ago. That's it. That you're defined. Your entire life is defined by that one comment out of the 12,000 hours I've said on air. So the reporters are the malicious ones. I'm keeping it real. Now, you want to talk about grudges? Because it's one thing for a football team to cheat. It's another thing for the ref to be in on it.
right.
Okay? And so, no, the media in this country is 100% broken. And look, I had family members over during Thanksgiving when all this stuff was happening, and apparently my uncle voted for Donald Trump, even though he's a Muslim immigrant, and Donald Trump wanted to ban Muslim immigrants. I asked my cousin why. She said because he watches Fox News. It's brainwashing, 100% brainwashing him, and Fox News brainwashed my uncle. But I gotta admit, a lot of family and friends who were wonderful, smart people, very smart people, brainwashed by CNN, New York Times, NPR. And I hear them all the time. Biden is electable, Bernie's not electable, blah, blah, blah. The same programming, the same brainwashing, but from the establishment perspective. It isn't journalism. It's propaganda. And participating in it is gross. And the editors are way worse than the reporters. I'll talk to a reporter, and the last LA Times story, the reporter seems so lovely and smart and reasonable. And something happened between our conversation and the last story that came out, the very last LA Times story that came out 2 days before the election. Actually, it was the most important because when you Googled election, it was the first thing that came up. Okay? And I talked about her record. And she has an F rating in 100 Democratic groups combined. Gave her an F rating because she constantly was with Republicans. Her record on criminal justice reform was abysmal, etc. I explained it all. The reporter totally understood it. The article comes out. Christie's the correct pick, right pick. Everybody loves Christie. Cenk questioned her voting record, something along those lines. And then Christie says, it has a quote from her saying she 100% supports her voting record. But wait a minute. But what's the truth? Okay, I say one thing, she says the other thing. You're supposed to then tell the readers, okay, who's right? But they never did. The last quote was, she defends her voting record, which she says is stellar, something along those lines. I doubt it was the reporter. Maybe I'm naive too. But that one felt like the editors. I bet you she wrote it because she was genuinely, the reporter seemed to be genuinely outraged by her record on many issues, including criminal justice reform. But I bet you the editor was like, no, don't be biased to say what her voting record actually was. And the only one sentence they had on it was that her voting record it was not in the progressive camp of the Democratic Party. She voted with the Republicans dozens of times. It's not about progressive camp. She needed all those votes. Almost all the other Democrats in the assembly voted the other direction. She was against the entire Democratic Party.
Voting along with Republicans is what Democrats do, though. So that's Democrat 101, which, even after 2016, I was so naive to think that there was a difference between the two parties. But, look, people will disagree with me, that's fine. But I just want to be clear about something. The one thing that aesthetically differentiates Republicans from Democrats is that, oh, well, when it comes to the social issues, the Democrats care, right? Like, they actually want to protect disenfranchised groups of people. They're against racism. No. Do not get it twisted. They talk the talk, but when push comes to shove, they never care about representing those groups of people or protecting those groups of people or pushing for reforms that create a better life for those groups of people, okay? They exploit those groups for political gain and they turn their backs on them. There is no real substantive difference between Democrats and Republicans in this country. I'm talking about the establishments. It's just the fact of the matter. You see it in the votes. You see it when it comes to the issues that actually impact the lives of Americans.
So the LA Times in earlier stories had smeared me, but when it came to actually talking about her actual voting record and just not having an opinion on it, but stating it, they refused to do it. So it's not just that they attack progressives viciously, but they purposely protect establishment Democrats.
Yeah.
They do. Now, if her voting record was great, why didn't they just say it? Why would they say, hey, she voted with the Democratic Party 98% of the time? No, since it was hurtful to her, they would not state her voting record. So, again, I don't know who made that decision, but the article speaks for itself. It's very clear. And if best case scenario, it's journalism that goes, he said, she said, what I know? What am I, a reporter? Or what am I, an editor? Oh, sorry, I forgot this was I thought it was a post game. Okay, so, anyway, let's get to, before we run out of time, what this determines the races, okay? And why I lost. So, looking back on it, keeping it real, 90% of politics is name recognition. So let's talk about my mistakes in analyzing race. In 3 months, it was impossible to build up name recognition in a district. I kept saying if the race is winnable, we're going to win it. Because I know no one's going to believe this given the results. But I think we ran an excellent race. I think they ran a very bad race, okay? But they barely ever were out there. They didn't even send anyone to the polling stations. We sent all of our volunteers and staffers to be 100 yards outside the polling stations, handing out material. We worked so hard. And not only did we work hard, we had the right ads. We know based on the reactions that we got, etc. We knew that her ads were generic, etc. And doing all of the right mechanics based on meta studies on how to reach voters, etc. Having a great team, having awesome volunteers. It didn't matter. In 3 months, it turns out the race was not winnable. And that's my bad. That's totally on me, okay? Because name recognition is everything. We're all skewed by our perspective on politics because the main thing we see is the presidential elections. And the presidential elections, even then name recognition is everything. But sometimes you get to a point where everybody knows Bernie Sanders, everybody knows Joe Biden, and then we go to the debates. And that is where it is a very, very rare situation where the policies actually matter. Warren versus Bloomberg in a debate, and the whole country's watching, and the policy matters. And they both have enough name recognition. But in a local race, we did the debates. You saw my debate. Everybody who saw the debate thought I eviscerated everybody on stage.
That was like the best moment of this entire campaign. Like, it was so good.
Yeah, and you know how many people saw it? My best guess is 800 people. There's 700,000 people in the district. So it doesn't matter how you go to how well you do in the debates, because nobody ever sees them, right? The only thing that matters is if people know your name. So, and we spent a good amount of money. But in a local race, we did the debates. You saw my debate. Everybody who saw the debate thought I eviscerated everybody on stage.
That was like the best moment of this entire campaign. Like, it was so good.
Yeah, and you know how many people saw it? My best guess is 800 people. There's 700,000 people in the district. So it doesn't matter how you go to how well you do in the debates, because nobody ever sees them, right? The only thing that matters is if people know your name. So, and we spent a good amount of money, but she already had name recognition because she was the assembly member for 58% of that district.
they'd already voted for her. She'd already run a couple of campaigns there. They already knew her. So, going in, I told you guys, I don't know how big of an impact it's going to have. It turns out the answer was huge. Okay, then on top of that, the media comes in. And it wasn't the smear job that was as damaging as every article and every news story implicitly telling the readers she's the real candidate. She'd always be mentioned first. They'd always mention that she was a beloved assembly member from the community, etc. And then all the Democrats had backed her. And then I was an interloper, an outsider. Every article would mention he has a troubled past. Every article would mention that I didn't live in the district. Everything that every article said, he's a bad guy, she's wonderful, right? You cannot overcome that. It turns out it's obvious in the numbers. It is impossible to overcome. So if you do all the great things and you have your volunteers knock on all these doors and they send all these texts and you do everything right, and the media goes, screw you, you're screwed in a congressional race. Sometimes you'll have a Senate race big enough, Elizabeth Warren versus Scott Brown, where you're finally discussing policies and issues, etc. But overall, in most of these races, that's it. Now, okay, before we run out of time, I know we got a whole half hour in the postgame where I will curse more. Okay, and we'll show you some of the ads that I had and a lot more lessons learned. But I got to tell you while we're still doing this publicly, that so what do I take away from that? We have to have progressive candidates, and I don't know how they're going to do this because we're not wealthy. So I don't know how you run for a year and a half not making any money. It's nearly impossible. But somehow we have to find a way. Okay, you got to run a year and a half, and then you got to do it again. So Jessica Cisneros lost last time. She's going to win next time. Okay, she just lost yesterday to Cuellar. It was a really narrow loss. But just like Bernie Sanders built up name recognition in 2016, that's why he lost to Hillary Clinton. He would have won that race if they had the same amount of name recognition. But he lost because at that point he was building his name recognition. He didn't build it quickly enough. Now he has enough name recognition, and he has a real shot at winning. If Jessica runs again, having built up her name recognition, she'll almost certainly beat Cuellar. Mark my words. Okay? So we, as progressives, have to do this several times, have to outwork them for long stretches of time to build up that name recognition to be able to win. Otherwise, when they go to the voting booth, not only have they not heard your ideas, they've never even heard your name. So you have no chance of winning. I'm being realistic with you guys. That's the reality. Okay, but again, we will have plenty of chance because at least we learned these lessons and we will apply them going forward. All right, now there's so much more about this race. We're going to talk about it in the postgame for our members. Our members are the ones that sustain us. That's why we do the last half hour of the Young Turks for members only. tyt.com/join to become a member and hear the rest of the story, including watching some of the ads that I ran and who stuck by me. Who are the folks who are loyal? There's a little bit of drums there because of the implicit non-loyalty. Anyway, we'll save that for then. And please help our fundraising drive as well here to sustain Young Turks. tyt.com/go to do that. Thanks for watching the Young Turks. We really appreciate it. Another way to show support.
Yup, a free croissant for just walking through the door. If the door's locked, come back during business hours.
At Mitsubishi Electric, there's one thing that unites us. Changes.
You're listening to Radio Sputnik. Telling the untold.
News, politics, and culture without the radical treatment. I'm Bob Schlager.
And my name is Jamal Thomas. Let's get ready to go against the grain. We have a prodigious show set for today. In the first hour, we'll be digging into the progress or progression of the coronavirus in the United States and the obvious lack of preparedness. To put the severity in perspective, South Korea has been testing 10,000 people a day, while the United States has been testing around 500 for a virus this infectious that is widely considered a global epidemic that we knew was coming. There are no excuses for being this grossly ill-prepared. A little later in the hour, we'll be discussing Warren's sad and bitter sit-down with conspiracy theorist Rachel Maddow, juxtaposed against the legitimate threats of Sanders being the first Jewish president. In the second hour, we're going to get to discussing out into the day rank and brazen propaganda by New York Times and NPR hitting Sanders. Basically, the New York Times is running with the story about Sanders pushing for a system program to bring down hostilities between two preeminent superpowers, while NPR is screaming that the Russians are coming over the hills with woolly caps and snow on their boots out there for Sanders. Of course, these are the same people that told you Hillary Clinton with her billions of dollars outmatched, or was outmatched by Facebook ads and Twitter ads. Let's put it in perspective. Also, be sure to stay for the Come At Me Bros segment where you're going to have your opportunity, your chance to call in and debate whatever is on your mind. But let's start here. There are moments in network television that send me into a rage. Fortunately, I have a show where I can get it off my chest. Nina Turner was on CNN with Cuomo having a debate basically on Sanders, but I want you to hear how this went down. This is utterly outrageous.
What Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was talking about, he said it is the point that the white moderate wants him to be comfortable, and instead of focusing in on that the bigger threat is not necessarily the white KKK member, but more the white moderate that is more comfortable.
You know what? Don't use Martin Luther King against Joe Biden. You don't have that. You don't have that. I'm sorry. You don't.
Don't tell me what kind of stand I have as a black woman in America. How dare you?
You don't have a lot of standing as a black woman in America. You don't have the standing
You need
to attack Joe Biden using Martin Luther King's words.
I didn't attack anybody. You're taking it that way. Listen, don't fit into what I have to say about the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. How dare you? Try to tell me.
That is not what I said. Don't you do that.
Hillary, what I'm doing, I'm out of time on this. Chris, I didn't jump in on her though. And she wants to jump in on me.
Okay, just
Nobody's jumping in on anybody. You guys are in the same part.
Yes, she was jumping in, Chris. What an utterly cantankerous person. She's not just wrong with the facts. The entirety of what happened here is utterly and entirely outrageous. Let's be clear for the moment. Rosen continuously interrupts Turner with counterfactuals in defense of her senile septuagenarian, with Cuomo being the living embodiment of King's white moderate, preferring to silence a justifiable rage over the way she was being dealt with, as opposed to dealing with her political operative that is continuously interrupting, putting out this BS. In fact, before we go further, let's do a fact check. Let's hear King himself talk about the white moderate.
First, I must confess that over the past few years, I have been gravely disappointed with the white moderate. I have almost reached the regrettable conclusion that the Negro's great stumbling block in his stride toward freedom is not the white citizens' counselor or the Ku Klux Klaner, but the white moderate, who is more devoted to order than to justice, who prefers the negative peace, which is the absence of tension, to a positive peace, which is the presence of justice.
At Justin Whitehair, clearly a wizard, says, #Cheddar's eating here at least 8 times in the past 2 weeks. 8 times! You deserve our 8-ounce salmon. Enjoy it today at Cheddar's Scratch Kitchen.
How amazing and prescient the King is. Basically, that is exactly what Cuomo preferred. He preferred to keep confusion down as opposed to actually dealing with the fact that this woman was spewing nonsense and talking over Turner. How much standing do you have to tell Turner that she can't articulate the position of Martin Luther King, especially in pursuit of going after Joe Biden? Let's be very clear. This is not a one-off by King talking about the white moderate, especially in the context of either America or the Democratic Party. Let's hear Harry Belafonte. There's a clip from Harry Belafonte where he goes into Obama is on on stage, Clinton is on stage, and he goes into the Democratic Party and their failures on a host of issues dealing with the black community.
And I sit here deeply concerned that I suspect you're leading our nation on an integration trip that has us integrating into a burning house. The Dr. King was created in this place. Time when we seemed to be making great headway was a moment to pause and reflect. That reflection has taken longer than I suspected it would, but it has certainly come to reveal itself fully when we look at the condition in which we find not only our world, but in particular our nation. We have a lot of wreckages around this country. And perhaps the most distracting, perhaps the most important wreckage to take a look at is really the wreckage of the Democratic Party.
Yes, because ultimately the things that African Americans needed, talking about material concerns, were pushed to the wayside for this notion of tokenism that has taken place over the last 40 years. Nina Turner is absolutely right in her assessment of Joe Biden in regards to just being a basic Democrat that is absolutely okay with invoking African Americans, but not necessarily dealing with material ends of those African Americans. It's utterly astonishing that somebody would be allowed to do that on radio. I have no expectation of Joe Biden getting involved in firing this woman. I have no expectation of there being any consequences. If the roles were reversed and this was Sanders would have probably fired the person, which again angers me towards Sanders. This line only works, meaning Rosen the only way Rosen can sit there and make that case is because Rosen thought or felt that the perspective of America is basically around Joe Biden getting the black vote. That's basically where she's coming from. Otherwise, that argument, that point could not be made. Look back at Ilhan Omar. This is why I'm so dramatically against attacking people on your own side for this stuff, because it comes back to bite you. When they attacked Ilhan Omar because she made that comment about all about the Benjamins, you had all of these Democrats jumping on. What happened? You had Republicans jumping on. Then you had other people piling on later on using, hey, she was talking about this anti-Semitic stuff. They were hitting their own side by giving coverage of her own side that was hitting her also. I said that in a bit weird, but I hope you understand my point. Basically, the only way that woman, Rosen, can get on television and make that case, make that particular argument, is if she believes that the public has a certain perspective of African Americans and Joe Biden. A perspective, by the way, that is not founded in reality. Nina Turner was left to hang on her own. When Sanders had the opportunity to bring this up on the debate stage, he refused. Nina Turner wrote an article talking about Biden letting the African American community down. And you can go on the list of these items, whether you're talking about Social Security, whether you're talking about busing, whether you're talking about the criminal justice bill, whether you're talking about the disparity between crack and cocaine. All of these things were problematic, and all of these things have material concerns and concessions for us in this particular community. And now this person is running around, pillar to post, screaming that he is the black vote. And unfortunately, it burns me like nobody's business he does. How aggravating is that? The only way that woman can get on stage and say something like that this black woman doesn't have standing to invoke King, but her and her septuagenarian that was out there running with racists does. How ludicrous. And yeah, I blame this to some degree on Sanders, because when you had the opportunity to bring this up and make this an issue of contention, something that he should have done, by the way, he refused to do so. Instead, putting a knife in Turner, or for that matter, teach out. Let's hear Biden lying about civil rights, because this is important. I try to make this point to people that the moment that you expose a candidate for lying, especially about something like civil rights and using it as a prop, or for that matter, South Africa, its support collapses. And this is the one thing Sanders, for whatever reason, decided not to do or was uncomfortable with. Let's hear the clip about Biden lying about civil rights.
During the 60s, I was, in fact, very concerned about the civil rights movement. I was not an activist. I worked at an all-black swimming pool in the east side of Wilmington, Delaware. I was involved. I was involved in what they were thinking, what they were feeling. I was involved, but I was not out in court. I was not down in Selma. I was not anywhere else. I was a suburbanite kid who got a dose of exposure to what was happening to black Americans in my own city.
That's Biden. Biden basically admitting that he was not part of the civil rights movement, that he didn't have anything to do with it, that he was just involved, he was soaking in it. But think about what we're saying here. Joe Biden has been going from pillar to post in one church after the next, lying as if he was part of the civil rights movement. And this particular narrative has been allowed to take hold because the person who actually was part of it doesn't bring it up. Do you realize in the South how devastating the black vote was for Sanders? Alabama, Biden takes 72 to Sanders 10. Virginia, Biden takes 69 to Sanders 17. North Carolina, Biden takes 62 to Sanders 17. South Carolina, Biden takes 61 to Sanders 17. Texas, Biden takes 58 to Sanders 15. Tennessee, Sanders takes 19 to Biden's 57. California, Biden takes 37 to Sanders 15. I can go down the list. All of these. Why? Because from the perspective of African Americans, especially in those southern states, Joe Biden is the guy that's been on their side in perpetuity. There is nothing further from the truth. There is nothing further from the truth. You just heard the clip of him lying about civil rights. And by the way, when you bring up the fact that the person was horrible on these issues, it does get political concessions. For the moment, let's take a listen to Kamala Harris on the debate stage going after Joe Biden. Okay, well, first, let's go with the Joe Biden thing where Joe Biden is lying about civil rights. Let's start there first. Let's see that clip.
Now, when I was a teenager in Delaware, for real, I got involved in the civil rights movement. We had the 8th largest black population in America. And I'd go to 8 o'clock mass, then I'd go to Reverend Harry's church where we meet in order to organize and figure where we were going to go, whether we were going to say we're going to the Alamo movie theater, what we were going to do. I got my education for real in the black church. And that's not hyperbole, it's a fact.
That's not a fact at all. You just heard in the clip prior that Biden admitted, I didn't have anything to do with the civil rights movement. And now you hear him going from church to church to church screaming that he is somehow part of this movement. How despicable and depraved. And put it further into context, the woman who was backing Joe Biden, who has been lying about the civil rights movement, believes she has such standing that she can tell the person whose candidate actually was that she doesn't have standing to make that case. How ludicrous that is. Joe Biden was on the debate stage earlier when she was going after Kamala Harris when they were going back and forth. Listen to what Joe Biden says here. He starts to argue states' rights in this clip.